social and economic rights in an age of economic reform. We are happy to be convening the 2023 edition with our CSO partners. And I want to personally recognize them. We have NNGO, Center for Social Justice, PRAWA, and Action Aid. We want to also say a very big thank you to the UN system in Nigeria, which is a broader umbrella under which this event is taking place. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I crave your indulgence to kindly rise for the national anthem and the count of two. One, two. Arising compatriot, Nigerian follows to serve
Let me check on YouTube.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as you can already see, seated on the high table, I'd like to establish the protocol by humbly introducing to you the Chairperson, Governing Council of the National Human Rights Commission, Her Excellency Dr. Salamatu Hussein Suleiman, Fellow Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators. Let's put our hands together. Seated closely beside the chairperson is the Executive Secretary and the Chief Executive Officer of the National Human Rights Commission, Dr. Tony Ojukwu, SAN, OSR, is also a fellow Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators. I have a singular honor and pleasure of inviting to the high table a former member, Governing Council of the National Human Rights Commission, Dr. Uju Agomo. She is Executive Director of PRAWA and member UN Subcommittee on the Prevention of Torture. So welcome. Invited to the high table also is Commissioner Kemi Okenyelo. She's a Governing Council member representing women. You're welcome to the high table. I also want to invite Commissioner also Joseph Mamel, member Governing Council of the National Human Rights Commission. You're welcome to the high table, sir. May I also invite to the high table Commissioner Jamila Issa Aneka. She's also member Governing Council of the National Human Rights Commission. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have the singular honor and pleasure also to invite Oyebisi Babatunde Oluseyi, Executive Director, NNGO. You're here, you're welcome to the high table. Also joining them on the high table is Mr. Eze Onyebere, Executive Director, Center for Social Justice. If he's here, you can step out. If you join them when he comes. I want to recognize all our partners for their expertise, civil society organizations that are present with us here this morning, and members of the fourth estate of the Wheeling, directors of National Human Rights Commission, and other partners. May I invite to the high table, sorry. And I truly apologize. Mr. Femi Okeyewu. He is the Governing Council member representing media. You're welcome. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite the chairman couldn't remark, but she will do it right there on her seat. Can we put our hands together for her, please? Have a long.
Thank you very much. The Executive Secretary of the National Human Rights Commission, Council members, private members of the Governing Council of the National Human Rights Commission, other distinguished dignitaries seated here on the high table, distinguished participants from the civil society space, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am very happy to welcome you to today's pivotal six-phase human rights session. Today's theme is the fundamental pillar of our democratic fabric, where the multitude of voices across our society are not only given a platform, but are also respected and valued. The fundamental freedoms of expression, association, and peaceful assembly are more than constitutional guarantees, but living and breathing aspects of our daily interaction and civic engagement. This session is therefore dedicated to exploring and celebrating these spaces, understanding their critical role, and confronting their challenges in an ever-evolving societal landscape. Recently, we have witnessed a global trend of shrinking civic spaces, laws and policies restricting NGO activities, censorship, and silencing dissent have become alarmingly prevalent. Nigeria is a vibrant and diverse nation, always reminding ourselves of our unique challenges and opportunities. With its rich history and complex social landscape, our country has seen both the flourishing and the training of civic spaces. So in this session, we aim to address critical questions. How do we ensure that civic spaces in Nigeria remain open and inclusive? How do we safeguard the rights of all citizens to engage in the democratic process, especially in the face of emerging challenges such as digital surveillance, misinformation, and social polarization? The answer to these questions are not simple, but they are very necessary. They require our collective wisdom, courage, and a steadfast commitment to human rights principles. We must work together. The government, civil society, media, and all citizens to create an environment where civic engagement is tolerated and actively encouraged and celebrated. We must also ensure that all voices, especially those from marginalized communities, are heard and valued in our national discourse. As we engage in discussions and share insights, let us remember that the strength of our civic space is measure of health of our democracy. It is a space that must be defended, expanded, and cherished, for it is here that the seeds of progress, justice, and human rights are sown and nurtured. It is instructive to mention that the National Human Rights Commission, pursuant to Section 6G and M of the National Human Rights Commission Amendment Act 2010, empowers the Commission to, and I quote, liaise and cooperate in such manner as it considers appropriate with local and international organizations on human rights with the purpose of advancing the promotion and protection of human rights, and also to promote an understanding of public discussion of human rights issues in Nigeria. So in this regard, the National Human Rights Commission in its pivotal role will serve as the guardian of human rights, ensure accountability, promoting awareness, and advocating for the expansion of civic space. As we navigate these challenges, therefore, the Commission's commitment to upholding human rights will be crucial in shaping a more inclusive and vibrant civic environment for all Nigerians. I look forward to a very fruitful and enlightening discussion, and I thank you all for your commitment to protecting and enhancing a civic space for the betterment of all Nigerians. Thank you very much.
Stories of caring. Sometimes it happens like that sometimes. Thank you very much, Madam. Can we give the chairperson a round of applause? And thank you for appreciating our commitment for the cause of human rights in Nigeria. Oh, I'd like to quickly go to goodwill messages. And on the list of goodwill messages, I have Dr. Uju Agomo, former member of Governance Council and Executive Director of FRAWA. She was a member UN Subcommittee on Prevention of Torture. Can we give her a round of applause?
Your Excellency, the Chairperson of the National Human Rights Commission of Nigeria, Dr. Salamatu Hussein, the Executive Secretary and Chief Executive Officer of the National Human Rights Commission, Dr. Tony Ojukwu SAN, and OFR. Distinguished members of the National Human Rights Commission Council, and all delegates here present, representatives of civil society, and good morning. It is indeed a great joy to see what is happening here today. But it is also important for me to congratulate Nigeria, because that is really what I should do, about the success in the work that the National Human Rights Commission have over the years carried on. Significantly celebrating the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which of course lines with our celebration of the Human Rights Day and the series of activities that need to be so what is being celebrated here, it's not just the National Human Rights Commission, because the work that the National Human Rights Commission have been carried out over the years is a reflection of what, as a people, we should celebrate on. Last year was very significant. Last year, during this period, the National Human Rights Commission began to show that indeed to escalate the work in this sector, there is a need for clear synergy to be built with the civil society. And I want to very profoundly thank the leadership of the National Human Rights Commission for its consistency in laying this pathway. Before I speak more, help me to celebrate this synergy that the National Human Rights Commission have achieved. And I say this understanding the historical dimensions. It has not always been so in many countries. It has also not always been so even in our dear country. The chairperson of the National Human Rights Commission, when she was giving her address, said some critical things that I do not want us to lose sight of. And she said that there is a need to protect and support the civil space. She made a linkage between what we will gain as a people in terms of development, in terms of stability, in terms of peace, if we do. So I think that's really clearly shows the importance of what we're doing. If we look at your agenda, you would find out that there are three major themes that are being celebrated during today's and during the whole session. One is about the civic space and human rights. Speaking about this, you understand that there are so many human rights challenges that we're having, but yet increasingly there seems to be an appetite by some to shrink the civic spaces. And I think doing that, we will be shooting ourselves on the feet. There will be a panel dedicated to this, but clearly to say that in celebrating what we're celebrating, 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, it is important to understand that to move forward, that civic space must be protected with all that we've got. We must never allow it to be shrunk. We must never allow it to affect the quality of the delivery of the various civil society organizations working across the length and breadth of this nation, whether they be community-based organization, whether they be grassroots organization, media, or whatever it is. So it's important that we show that. Another theme that is being celebrated, and I do want to congratulate all of us here for what is happening here, is about the intersection between the social and economic rights. And the theme, as it's put, it says social and economic rights in an age of economic reform. Again, when we look at what is happening with our chapter 2 of the Constitution, and also what is happening in terms of the space and the opportunities that we can leverage on. So again, I said this is again something that we should be happy that is part of the theme. There is also another session that deals with children. So, whilst we attend all of these sessions, let it not be lost to us what the National Human Rights Commission is trying to do. It is trying to enhance the participation, the voice, and indeed the networks and support that are necessary to drive this agenda. This agenda, obviously, is an agenda that all of us should drive together. And looking back now, as having had a time of being in the council of the National Human Rights Commission, I want to tell you that I am indeed happy with what I see happening over the years, and indeed what the commission is doing today. Can I plead with you now to again help me to appreciate the National Human Rights Commission? I will pause, but to say that the interface between the international mechanisms of celebration and protection of human rights and promotion of human rights, when it is strongly engaged with national mechanisms, and in doing so, understand the critical role that civil society plays. For any country that does that, that country would do so well in its promotion and protection of human rights. I believe that this is what Nigeria needs to be, because here we have the National Human Rights Commission, understanding that there is a need to connect with the agenda, the international plan, celebrate those focus, so that we can deepen our literacy on human rights, so that we can deepen our commitment in terms of promotion and protection of human rights. And what better tool can use to do this than encouraging civil society organization? So thank you, National Human Rights Commission. And thank you for opening the spaces for civil society organizations, including those that are, emerging civil society organizations, the young, those who may not be well resourced, but with you and with your backing, I think we can do now. Thank you for including civil society organizations in all that you do, and we encourage you to continue doing so. And thank you, Nigeria. And please let's do more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Dr. Uju Agomo.
I want them to tell you what the PA said, but I want let me say because I think it's important. PA said to me, help me said, it is you that taught me the passion to do this work. And I smiled. But let me tell you the truth. You need the passion, and I do believe that all of us here do have that passion. But you need also those who see that their position can be used to make the difference. It's more of your willingness to reform. When I congratulate the leadership of the National Human Rights Commission, I am not doing it casually. And I want to use this opportunity to plead with all of us that from wherever we are, whether you're the media, whether you're a staff, whether you're an NGO, whatever you are doing, whether you're private sector, whether you're public sector institution, please, let's build this synergy together. Let's work together. Let's make the celebration that we are doing here worth it, and let's all work together to make sure that promotion and protection of human rights have a life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. You see that you are talking with so much passion. Dr. Agomo belongs to the first generation of members of Governing Council of the National Human Rights Commission. And she has been very, very passionate to the plight of human rights. Please let's give her another round of applause. Thank you. The partnership in promoting and protecting human rights stands on three tripods: the National Human Rights Commission, the CSO, and the government. We have heard from the commission's view through the chairperson statement. We have also heard from the CSO through Dr. Agomo, and we are waiting to hear from the side of the government through the chairperson, Senate Committee on Women Affairs. She's on her way. When she comes, we'll listen to her. Ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly move on to the first panel discussion. And that discussion is on new behavior 75th commemorative panel. The theme is human rights yesterday, today, and the future. The chairman of this panel is our own Executive Secretary, Dr. Tony Oluwubu. Members of this panel are Commissioner Kemi Okenyelo, Member Governing Council of the National Human Rights Commission, Commissioner Odo Joseph Mamel, Member Governing Council of the National Human Rights Commission, Commissioner Jamila Isa Anyenka, Member Governing Council of the National Human Rights Commission, Oye Obiago LAM, who's on his way, Chair
Very, very. Especially needs to celebrate the UBA challenge through our work and the work of our partners. And the theme of the operation of the UBA challenge is human rights yesterday, today, and the future. So this panel will be looking at the various lenses, the work we are doing yesterday, today, and the future. As you are all aware, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was proclaimed by the United Nations General Assembly in Paris. The Universal Declaration was proclaimed by the UN General Assembly on 10 December 1948 as a common standard of achievement for all peoples and all nations. The Universal Declaration is a foundational blueprint for taking concrete actions, stand up for human rights, tackle pressing global issues today. The declaration is a life guide encompassing 30 articles that address rights and benefits which have been realized by many, yet outside the reach of others. These include access to education, employment, fair pay, voting rights, healthcare, and more. The values of free speech, privacy, and mutual respect, irrespective of gender, race, ethnicity, or religion, as agreed by the declaration. The UDHR sets out for the first time the fundamental human rights universally protected, and it has been translated into over 500 countries. The UDHR is widely recognized as having inspired and paved the way for the adoption of more than 70 human rights treaties applied today on a permanent basis at global and regional level. National Human Rights Commission was established by the National Human Rights Act 1995 as amended as the National Human Rights Institution charged with the mandate of protecting and promoting human rights in Nigeria as guaranteed by the Constitution, the African Charter of Human and People's Rights, the United Nations Charter, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and other international human rights bodies. This panel, which commemorates the UDHR, will join the United Nations and other stakeholders in marking the 70th anniversary of the Universal Declaration. In addition to other activities slated for the human rights list, the NHRC will be convening a cross-thematic panel on the theme human rights yesterday, today, and the future. The panel discussion will be holding as an extraordinary part of the second annual Civil Society Forum on Human Rights. The objectives of this panel include to assess the impact of the UDHR in the development of human rights standards, to discuss the current and emerging challenges faced in the enjoyment of human rights, and to plan strategies for the actualization of all human rights. Broadly, to discuss the future of human rights in light of our current and emerging political, economic, social, and security-related environment and scenarios. Now, coming to the panel. In the panel, Commissioner Kim Kedo, Commissioner Ozo Joe Manel. I think this time is okay here. Thank you very much. Then Commissioner Ozo Joe Manel. Like we said, there will be asking the questions, they are special rapporteurs in their various thematic areas. I will be expecting them to show how the UDHR have impacted their work in their various thematic areas. Now, I ask the first question, which all the panelists will have 2 minutes to talk. Because we are running out of time. So the first question for the panelists would be, what have been the major contributions of the individual human rights in your given thematic area? For this question, we discuss implications, inspiring role of the UDHR in fashioning the idea of human rights, the development of frameworks, standards, and the framing of issue-based thematic and sector-based human rights, such as life, health, education, education, and liberty. So, give me your time start now.
Good morning. So I look at within the council, I look at civil and political rights. And then also like I said, I look at people related civil and political rights and specific to if you're looking at functional and civil and political rights, security and right to life and security of persons as laid out in Article 3 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which guarantees the right to liberty and security of persons. And we look at this and how it's been enshrined in our law and how we see it within the Constitution and recently within the promulgators of the Anti-Torture Act in the country. We look at this also, if we also want to look at it through the lens of arbitrary detention. And if we're looking at arbitrary detention, we can look at arbitrary detention through the lens of the security challenges we're having in the country. And we know that across the country, northwest, northeast, southeast, even there's no part of the country that is safe, and the issues of arbitrary detention keeps coming up. And we see young people, particularly being profiled and being arrested and detained over a period of time. We've seen within the commission how there are activities within the commission that are aimed at addressing some of these issues. Even this week, we had visits to the correctional services to also look at the conditions in the correctional services. We're aware of the fact that it's not only the correctional services that are spaces for holding people. We know detention facilities exist across the country because of the myriad of law enforcement and security actors that we have. And based on their powers, almost all of them have the powers to detain. And one of the things we're looking at within the commission, hopefully in the nearest future, is also to be able to access this other detention facilities. I'll stop here. So that's where my other colleagues can have a say. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thematic area of very basic of this program. Also from what we have here listening to, because of the public that the civil space is to our rights to social liberty. This involves our English to that. This has to do with our English. Government public space is the protection of life. The protection of our rights.
One is one about.
So how do we ensure this protection? It is through having very formidable legal frameworks to protect our rights. And we know that Chapter 4 of the 1999 Constitution is part of what we got from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which is the foundation body, the foundation legislation that has been used, to form certain laws in this country. Chapter 4 deals with fundamental human rights, the right to personal liberty, the right to dignity, the right to social justice. But can we have all these rights if the enforcement of those rights are not guaranteed? You can have laws, but how far have we been able to enforce these rights in the country? We have legislation, but are they helping in ensuring that our rights are protected? That is why it is very, very important that the enforcement of rights should be the next thing that we have to target through the judicial system to make effective that the laws, especially in terms of discipline, made by the institutions that have to do with human rights are made in a way that such resolutions of the council can be carried out through effective enforcement. If we enforce this and we find out that the violators of our rights are punished accordingly, it will ensure a better growth it will ensure a better growth of our rights. I think the establishment of the National Human Rights Commission is an institution that has helped so much in defending these rights of our people. And I think that it is very imperative that we ensure that our laws, in terms of our rights, laws, strong legislative laws and strong institutions. This will help us to grow our human rights confidently. I'll stop there.
In the major contribution to citizens are really human rights my thematic area is the child protection. The UPH also have not left children behind. Of course, everybody, including children, they never let children behind. Child protection is not only the treatment of children, but they also have rights. Like in the history, children have been taken, women and children have been taken as chattel property. So that is the purpose of children. But with the DHR, the UDHR is no longer the same way. And from the declaration, we have the Child Rights Act. Since the Child Rights Act, children have they've not been taken like the property that it used to be. But the violation of children's rights, somehow even narrow it down to Nigeria, we still have problems. Despite the fact the CSO, the Human Rights Commission, they've been trying their best so much, but people still violate the right of the children. Children has right of education, right? All other rights that you think you have, children also have it. But they deprive them so much that their right is still being violated despite the UDHR convention. Like in the recent, the insecurity Nigeria has recently. The right of education that we are talking about for the children, are they still having that right? We have almost how many of the children that are out of school now? Because the insecurity targeted schools, primary school, secondary school. So the children, the figure we have from UNICEF and UN is triple, is now triple. Children are back to the streets and they've been trained for illegal issue. So the children need to be protected so much. The treatments also be it cut across prevention. You have, not that until something happens to them before you present you protect treatment. Then you also talk about children's education. How would they go back to school? The government is doing much, but they need to do more to eliminate this insecurity that's cut across their schooling. Most most children are no longer in the school. How do you get back to get the children back to school? Like yesterday, if you are in transport, the lady that come from that talk about ILO, it made mention of ILO accepted underage children. We will look at it. In Nigeria, it's 18 years for under child labor. But he said, according to ILO, I heard from her, but I pick it up from them, that some children are out of school, they graduated from secondary school at 15 years, but they don't have anything to do. But if such a child can be employed, it is good. That it will not be taken as child labor. It will be taken as because the child indirectly will be receiving salary. But it will all the authorities that are watching child right, instead of to call it child labor, you allow the child, since he couldn't go back to tertiary university, but as at that level, you can engage a child, not laboring the child. So I think it's at the age of 15, you can employ a child. He said Nigeria has already approved that, but with ILO. So I accepted that. So
Thank you very much.
thank you very much for giving me opportunity to make it. Thank you.
One of the issues remarked there in the indicator that given back to the Convention on the Rights of the Child, which has also related to the definition of the Parent Act in Nigeria. Other laws have also remarked from taking forward the indicator from McDonald, which is the issue of violence against persons condition and culture. So we're stepping it down. The next round of questions for the panelists will be, what have been the challenges faced in the achievement of human rights in your given sector, historically of the present day? Of course, some of us have already made this, but we want you to dwell on the challenges that because I mean, human rights work is as large as the challenges are. So I can joke that talk about this and special reporter the various areas. We'll start with David Watson. Thank you.
So for the challenges, first of the list, I would say political will and commitment. You and I would agree that in the country where the rule of law is not fully accepted across board, there is a tendency to break laws and to manipulate the framework that exists. So there's a lack of political will to implement human rights standards in governance and even in justice systems. And this we could also link to issues relating to corruption, personal and pecuniary interests. And this has contributed to us having weak institutions. Because even when you have institutions that have clear mandates, they are not well resourced. They are under resourced and so do not have the capacity or the capability for them to carry out their mandate, which encourages systemic violations within the country. Then we have our conflict and security concerns. We have the insurgency in the north. We call the one in the north is insurgency, I believe. I don't know what name we've given to the ones in the southeast. So we have nice names for acts that are close to our conflict and terrorism on our soil. And when this happens, yeah, we find that there are issues relating to unlawful detention. We have issues relating to torture. We will have issues relating to extrajudicial killings. We would have challenges balancing security and rights, because the security officials will come to us with the rhetorics of national security. And by the time we put national security in the front, on the front corner, the personal rights of individuals would be in question. Then if we look at it through the lens of our criminal justice system, we find that unfair trials and due process violations, most of us can relate to that. And we look at the challenges we have within our courts. We ask is our judiciary truly independent as it ought to be? And do we have adequate training, robust training and support for the judiciary to be as independent and as robust as it should be? Conditions in the correctional services and treatment of persons within the correctional services is also something we can look at. And if we want to drill down into that, we'll be talking about issues related to awaiting trial, the high number of persons on the list of awaiting trial. We'll be looking at human treatment of those that are in the correctional services, overcrowding and the conditions there. If I have a bit of time, I'll also raise globalization. Okay, thank you.
Hear some of the challenges from your side. Thank you, sir. And before we go on, so focus on the from the panelists, two panelists stepped in quietly. Sorry, you cannot come in quietly. Is the chair of the Governing Council of the Human Rights Institute of the Nigerian Bar Association, Chinoyo Senior Associate of Nigeria, very strong partner of the Commission, is one of the panelists. We will come to you. We have done the first round of questions. We are the second now. So when it gets your turn, you do the first and second questions together. But let us from Ozo now. Ozo, thank you. You are the question.
Now, just to remind you, national area remains civil and political rights. So let me venture into the stakeholder rights. I think one of the challenges we're having is that if you notice that the biggest violators of human rights come from those protecting the human rights. Those we expect to protect our rights are the ones violating us. We talk about like the security personnel, where you have the police as an enforcement agency, but when you see the list of complaints coming to the commission, you find out that most of the complaints come from the security personnel that are left with the responsibility of protecting rights and of citizens of this country. So we have tried to have a synergy with the people, the high rankings in the personnel in these security services to find a way that they can create a disciplinary line of action for those violators within their various institutions. Now, if I said earlier that if you don't have an enforcement, there is no right without an enforcement. There's no law without an enforcement. If we can sit here to say you are a violator and we can condemn the actions of those violators. So this stuff and that. So the challenge is how do we make sure because that we put up measures that are deterrent measures that would help us to stop all those impunities from those we expect to protect us. If we don't have those rights and those enforcements, it will be difficult because it will be like with the commission, which is an institution that protects human rights, will be seen as a lifter, backing, but they cannot fight. So that's why I said strong legal framework to give strength to the commission, especially in terms of enforcement of rights. Secondly, let us just move a little bit into the political space. INEC, Independent National Electoral Commission. The challenges is how independent are they? Interferences. And how do we really believe in the independence of that particular body? Because that is the body that is charged with the responsibility of running a very big election in the country, which guarantees our right to vote and to be voted for. So, but you find out that in many areas, like the earlier speaker has said, like in the Northeast, the issues of insurgency in the North have disenfranchised a lot of people from voting. From the East, where I come from, there is what they call the unknown government. They have said that they do not believe in the state of Nigeria and people should not vote. And how do you make people to vote? It becomes a big challenge. So where you are expecting a voter outcome of maybe 1.2, and at the you can see that you have a registered voters of almost 1.2 in certain states in the Southeast. But go and see the people that come out. It's not out of apathy, but it is out of fear for their various lives. Because a group of people have said, do not vote, while the Constitution of Nigeria says you should vote. So those are challenges, very big challenges that we are having, especially in the political space. Insecurity.
Thank you very much. Yeah. That's a very big issue, the issue of insecurity really. You will agree with me that in Nigeria it does seem as if security is being placed above human rights. I don't think so. In fact, we believe here that the reason for insecurity is lack of respect for human rights. But that's a discussion we'll have another day. So Jamila, please can we get your challenges in your own area of work?
Thank you, Bill. My thematic area still remains women and children. I mean, children. Despite the fact that the Human Rights Commission has a department for women and children, we deal with women and children activities that comes into the commission. Most of what you see a lot, men are contributing to it. You see women going to support their husband in the commission. After divorce, what is the business of the child? Your divorce is quite different from your children. You have to look after your children. You refuse and leave the children with the woman alone. How can she take care of 4 or 5 children? It's not possible. But the commission will, always like to call you in a very quiet manner, come forward, this is the right of the child, do it. We're not forcing you to come and take care of or marry your wife again. But what about the offspring, the children? They have the right. They need to compel you. I mentioned compel. It's compelled because they are your children. So if there's any way they can make it the enforcement of those men that run away without marrying after refusing to marry their wife anymore, or when the father can no longer hold, then you will now make the children to suffer. No, it's not possible. Please take care of your children. The commission is trying so much, but the men are not really helping matter. So I try to suggest that compelling should be inside. It should be a compelling measure for the men. We're not forcing you to marry your wife again for the children. Take care of them. So their minor children grow up, you understand? So number 2, the Child Rights Act. The Child Rights 2003. A lot of about 34, I read in the UN now saying that 34 out of 36 states, including FCT, has domesticated the Child Rights Act. If they have domesticated the Child Rights, are they really in each and every state? Are they really enforcing the right of a child? If they are doing it, we won't have much of the children on the streets. We are still having much of the children on the street. I also suggest here in this particular point that there should be like monitoring and evaluation for all those states that have gotten domesticated the Child Rights Act, so that maybe either quarterly or yearly they will review what it is last year. Will not be the same thing. If it's the same thing, you will know in the state that you are not doing the right thing, and the right of the children will not continuously be violated. Number 3, unfortunately, the appraisal of the rights of the average Nigerian children still remain beautiful. Why? Because this insecurity we are talking about. No area you talk about, thematic area you talk about that you will not find insecurity inside. If a child has the right of education and insecurity has already made it not possible for the child to go to school, so how do we do? The child still remains vulnerable. So we beg, this one is federal government. that we should plead to federal government to tackle the issue of insecurity. Not only the children to go back to school, insecurity generally, whatever you do for life, with insecurity, you cannot continue, no continuation. So this insecurity is the paramount thing that, yes, the federal government has to do, look into. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to take.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much. At this point in time, made the point that insecurity affects everything, including the possibility of the child realizing the benefits of both the law and the safety and policy they have taken for the protection of the rights of children. So at this point in time now, we'll be inviting the panelists of the Human Rights Institute of NDA. Let me reflect your mind, sir. The first part of the question and first part looking at how the UDHR has contributed to the work of the Human Rights Institute of NDA. So that the Human Rights Institute of NDA is an important stakeholder in the promotion of the human rights. So how has the UDHR impacted on the work of the Human Rights Institute? And the second question is, what are the challenges they have faced in Human Rights Institute while trying to start this mandate, which are the mandate related to the promotion and protection of human rights? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brother Singh. Yes, I will look at this from the mandate of the Nigerian Bar Association, which is to promote the rule of law. And if you talk about the rule of law, what is the contribution of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights? Let us just imagine how the world would be today if there was no United Nations. How would the world be today if there were no Universal Declaration of Human Rights that set the standards, normative standards for law? What does human rights mean? And before 75 years ago, we saw the atrocities of the World War, colonization, slavery, and impact of slavery. That's the war that we were until the United Nations was set up to begin to set international standards. That's why it's called Universal Declaration. And over the years, those principles, the UDHR, have reached a status of jus cogens, if you like. Even though that some people may question, and that is customary international law, because they are the standard. So in the area of rule of law, UDHR has provided the principle of equality. Everybody is equal before the law. The principle of non-discrimination. The principle of equity. And everybody, nobody is above the law. So these are the key principles of accountability that the impact of UDHR to human rights and the entire world. It has also provided knowledge. Because without the UDHR, we would be able to know what does rights mean. Provided a framework of laws, the provisions of Chapter 4 of the Constitution, even Chapter 2 of our Constitution, primarily derived from those principles that have been illustrated in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which of the right to life, non-discrimination, personal liberty, and equality before the law, fair hearing, and so on. They have their root in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So that is actually the foundation of new world development. It also creating institutions. We have institutions like United Nations, African Chamber of Human Rights, European Commission on Human Rights, even national institutions. But it was based on UN system that the Paris Principle was developed, which gave back to national human rights institutions. So it's in the trickle down. The principles of legislation trickle down from the world to regions and to nations. And if you look at the Paris Principles, which is the founding standard for national human rights institutions, it's based on the principle that's already set up in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The more importantly for me, it's the question of discrimination. The United Nations UNHCR has set the standard about non-discrimination, and that's a major thing, because we look at the world before UNHCR, we have things like apartheid, we have things like gender discrimination. In fact, the first woman sat in the US Supreme Court not long ago, it was after UNHCR, and we're still seeing maybe discrimination in public space, in work space, in the economy. Yesterday, when we were having a session on business and human rights, you know that when there were about 15 speakers, only 2 were women. And the chair of the Human Rights Governing Council was drawing attention to it, and I began to say that is true. I mean, it's a practical thing that we are talking about human rights and business, and only 8% of the speakers are women. But if you talk about sexual violence, all the speakers will be women, is it not? So there is a thematic discrimination that, and which not just here, even in families, parents encourage their girls to study some kind of courses, while their boys shall start studying one kind of courses. So it's an institutionalized concept that in society, the UNHCR has created a concept of non-discrimination. We need to create knowledge across the world that everybody is equal, irrespective of your gender, irrespective of your race, and can aspire to any role in society. So when creating that civic space is important, and that those normative standards are set by the UNHCR. Finally, is the issue of pursuit of rights. Increasingly, people are beginning to understand that they have rights, and governments are beginning to understand that they have duties. So there's a conflict between duty bearers and right bearers. And in between this are civil society activists. And that's why the space for civil society is important, because civil society that really drive the right ways approach to governance. And that is what the Global Association is doing to create that atmosphere for rule of law. Now, on the second question, what are the challenges? There is a suggestion on whether it is legal, policy, or institutional. I think the challenges in the institution. Clearly institutional. Kemi talked about political will. The political will comes from lack of political will of those who manage the institutions to open the space for rights to flourish. And I think we should pay attention as we move to the next decade after 16th anniversary to begin to reform institutions to respond effectively to protecting, respecting, and fulfilling human rights. Look at Nigerian police, for instance. I'm sure there's no policeman here, and we're talking about UNHCR. Even if you invite them, they won't come. There is a complete institutional impunity in those institutions. And I think we begin to formulate strategies to tackle them and to ensure that they comply with the rule of law. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that today on the way the UNHCR has built their work in the area of rule of law, pushing for equality, pushing for non-discrimination, pushing for knowledge for people to know their rights, helping to develop frameworks, creation of institutions, and also solve the issue of discrimination along thematic lines, and the creation of awareness of rights in the duty bearers, recognize that people have rights so that we can improve the system. And of course, it also hammered on the challenges which things are institutional, pointed at the kind of institutional impunity which we have. So if we work all these areas, the lobbying we have on promotion and protection of human rights, you can see that the issues being teased out by the panelists are most of the challenges you see in the national, if you go to the National Action Plan, those of us who were able to pick copies of the National Action Plan on promotion and protection of human rights yesterday, where we also had embedded in it the National Action Plan on business and human rights, you will see that among the challenges in these thematic areas, you will see the issues that are coming up in the panel this morning. They relate to each other. So we go to the top question now. The top question for the panelists will be, what needs to be done to deliver the promises of UDHR to humanity? We have seen the last 75 years. So can we project into the next 75 years? How many of us will be here by then? As far as they are by that time, your head will have reached yeah, even if we're not here by then, some of us, I would have gone by then. I don't know about you. But for those who will be here by then, let us hazard into what the future will be like that. So can we do the quick one? Maybe we have to reduce our timing now. But before we go on, also I understand the few panelists here now. Adua, the special advisor to the president coordinator, humanitarian coordinator of the UN. Adua, how are you? Yeah, welcome. You are among the panelists, so you have to get ready to take your talk. I think there's still a seat here. There's still a seat here. Please, could you come over? So while she's settling down to take her seat, let me remind the panelists again that the number 3 question is what do we need to do? We have seen the progress we have made in the realization of the plan for the past 65 years. Can we look into the next 75 years and see what more do we need to do? What is the Nigeria we want to see in the next 75 years in terms of the UDHR? So this time around, where do we start from? Maybe we should start from Adua. Are you fine? Okay. While she's settling down, let's allow her to settle down. Can we now start from Oswald this time?
Okay. What needs to be done to deliver the promises of God? We have to look at the promises. What are the promises of UDHR? Fundamentally, what we are looking at is equality, freedom, and dignity. So how do we ensure that we get the best out of it? To me, I think that the best way we can do the best line to look is to strengthen the institutions and organizations that are involved in this effort. How to be strengthened, and what are the agencies and organizations that have to do with human rights? We have to strengthen the judiciary, the independence of the judiciary. We have to strengthen the security apparatus of the country. It has to be strong. We probably have to look at the civil side of life. How do we strengthen it? Even in the civil service where you work, can you say in this place you work that you have an ensured human rights, where there is equality and dignity amongst you, even in your places of work? Because when we discuss human rights, it is our right, it is indigenous, it is our own right. It starts in every aspect of life. So the right to grow starts with you and me before it goes to other institutions. So I believe that if we can look into training, let's say even here, we train on rights. Have we bridged human rights down to community? Have we communicated this right beyond us that are literate? How have we seen that the most violation of this right happens is the illiterate, the uneducated in various communities? and they do not know even how to express those rights that have been violated. We must make sure that we get to the roots of these rights and those people affected by its violation.
Thank you, thank you. I think you made the point. He said he won in the next 75 years that human rights will no longer be for Abuja residents. It should be right there in the village. And I mean, we cannot wish a better thing than that. That is the real crux of the matter. Because the UDA say that all elements of society should, through education, training, advocacy, make sure that this message gets the nooks and crannies of the world. So, Otto has made the point. Can we hear from Jamila? Yeah.
Thank you very much. My domestic area still remains men and children. Like you mentioned earlier, all the UDHR declaration is very, very vital and important unless you want to push it aside, which is not possible. We have to go back to the very beginning again in protecting the child right. But the child right is not the issue of treatment. It's also very, very important to prevent children. Don't allow something to happen to the children before you even prevent them, not something not to happen to them before. Don't allow something to happen to them. We have to go back there in a very stringent manner. Whoever caused any harm to the children should be made to face the consequences. If that thing is there, I think the children will be left alone for them to live their life. Then under education.
Thank you.
We have to go back
I think we have taken the point. We want, for the next 75 years, we want a climate where children's rights to be 100% protected. That's where we want to be, certainly. So can we hear from Adua now? I think, thank you, Adua.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairperson, and apologies for people late.
Just to guide you a little, you have missed two rounds of questions. We are the third one now. Yes, I have 5 minutes.
Well, I'm going to be very brief, and again, please accept my apologies. And I think the question I had is where we are, where we are going. So my intervention is going to focus on obviously the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and that's why we are here. And as we know, this document is drawn from history, it's drawn from our history. And if you're going to move forward here, we must obviously let lessons of history guide us. And the UDHR is perfectly prepared for that. It's based on lessons from genocide, on of course the atomic destruction, and 2 global conflicts, but also the profound economic devastation that took place in the 1930s. And of course, since then we also had a colonial exploitation and oppression. It is really conceived as a practical and pragmatic solution to the challenges that we are facing today. So for the theme of this year, equality, dignity, freedom, justice, and then we are adding participation in decisions. Also, of course, a full range of economic, social, cultural rights, and civil and political rights, including, and more recently, we have the right to clean and healthy environment, and sustainable development. We understand all these things build a more peaceful society because they help us to resolve conflicts and also ensure more sustainable development. And they help to build fair, inclusive, and more build resilience to shocks. Now, of course, we have challenges, and I'm sure the previous rounds may have missed many of those challenges. And globally, and not only in Nigeria, we are at a critical juncture. We see globally there are war in many places. The SDG, the Sustainable Development Agenda, is off track, and Nigeria, like many other countries, are unlikely to meet it by 2030, the targets and the goals. And we also see, of course, skyrocketing inequalities and poverty. Again, not only in Nigeria, but across the globe, levels of poverty that we have not seen in generations.
And there are also, in other contexts, pushback against women's rights, gender equality. We've seen challenges about passing the gender bills here. And of course, we're also facing environmental harms, and also there is a decrease in trust in institutions. But these challenges are not a sign that human rights have failed. These are what happens when human rights are not respected, not implemented, and not prioritized. That's when you have these challenges. And to overcome these challenges, and also we need to, and that's what we are doing today, stress the centrality of human rights in everything that we do. In fact, we need more human rights as we see these challenges, and not less. And the cornerstone of the human rights work is obviously the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Recognizes the inherent dignity of unequal and inalienable rights of all members of human family. So human rights are the key that can help us to go forward, both here in Nigeria and elsewhere, and ensure effectiveness of all efforts to reduce, whether it's poverty or also to ensure sustainability. Upholding people's rights and sustaining their well-being is critical to good governance. And this is what I like to end on the way forward is we need more human rights and not less.
He said, for her, in 5 years, she wants the centrality of human rights in all we do. So in the next 5 years, all you'll be hearing is human rights, human rights, and human rights. I think that's a good aspiration. Human rights will be the cornerstone of life. And in the next 5 years, upholding human rights and good governance in all we do. Time has come now for us to continue in respect of the next 5 years. I think we'll have to shrink our time as we're already including us the time for the second part.
Thank you.
Maybe 1 or 2 points. I know you have about 10 points.
No. First, I'll say sharing good practices. So learning from each other as within the country, across the region, and at the global level, and sharing this good practice. And my second point is leveraging on technology and innovation, because technology innovation is here to stay. So how is it playing a role in the future, and how do we leverage on technology and innovation in the next 75 years? Thank you.
Thank you. Surely, I'll be sure that in the next 75 years, I will not be writing with my hand. Maybe as I'm talking, the thing will be printed, you know? So leveraging of technology is where we'll be in the next 75 years. I think time has come for us to get to the chair of the human rights of the NBA on where you take the human rights and I think the world will be trusted in the next 50 years with human dignity, with human life. Technology is trying to recreate life and try to create longevity. And when you have people living 200 years, you create impact on the society or the world. That's not how God planned it. So I think as a part of the point, we need to look at human rights institutions and policy should look at creative and better use, moral use of artificial intelligence. We've seen that also in hate speeches. Social media is good, but it's also created hatred. It's also created bitterness through hate speech. And there's no way to control it. So we need to begin to look at cyber management and governance. And look at climate change, the challenges of climate change. You know, increasingly the world is being industrialized, and climate change is creating an impact on livelihoods. Farmers can no longer farm, people can no longer do things because weather is changing. We know, like
complete aid is on in Dubai. How many Nigerians are there? I don't know why I'm here, I'm in Dubai. You know, and that's what we're talking about. The one people just talk about it, that nobody takes complete action to stop implementing. And then more importantly to me, another brother saying, more importantly to me is the disparity between the wealthy and the poor. Increasingly, the world is producing billionaires. If you look at Fortune 100, nobody remains that list for 5 years because in the months all come up. So there are a lot of billionaires being created. At the same time, what's the fact? A lot of extreme poverty is being created. So there is a disparity between the wealthy and the poor. And that's the point that I was making about SDGs not being realized. And I don't think SDG will ever be realized in the next 50 years because the pursuit of wealth is driven by technology. And those who have access to technology will in the next 20 years not be able to feed. And we're talking about the global world. I mean, today, so about 30 to 35% of Nigerian children are out of primary school. And now, if they are not able to attend primary school, cannot attend secondary school, they cannot use technology. They don't know what is called coding. So the next 30 years, those populations that are excluded from education cannot survive because they cannot even do menial jobs because artificial intelligence will take over menial jobs. So that's the threat the world faces. I don't see it globally, except governments stand up, institutions stand up to educate our scientists and the nation that we need to regulate the way the world is moving. Otherwise, those of us in Africa, the global world, will really suffer the pain. Thank you.
I think we need to, because this panel is going deeper and making me a little bit afraid. Now, yeah, maybe we need to move on to another one now. And because the way it's going, somebody is going to see in the next say 5 years, maybe the other human beings, and then people will no longer die. Maybe it's not something that people will live forever, you know. So I want this opportunity to thank all the panelists for the wonderful exposure that have given us this morning. And on that note, I'm handing over. Give them a round of applause.
Thank you so very much, sir. You have moderated the panel very, very intelligently. I think we need to have a round of applause. In the next 75 years, we are all hoping for a better world than we can all possibly imagine, if not for us and our children, for generation yet unborn. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is a hybrid event. We have some people joining us via Zoom. I want to say thank you for investing your time with us and to quickly recognize very, very important dignitaries here with us coming after the initial introduction. Mr. Abdulrahman Aide Yakubu was the former director. We also have another former director. I'm sure she has stepped out. This is Barrister Ade Gaba. She's the panelist in the later panel. She is the former director of Human Rights Education and also seated in the room is Professor Osongorua Udombana. And we also have Senet Bon Ede, she's the head of Civil Defense Funds. You're here, welcome. She's the panelist in the later panel. We also have another panelist, Yemi Ademolefu. Is the deputy director of Enough is joining us via Zoom. Also joining us via Zoom is Yunus San Yahoo, is executive director of CITAD. Thank you so very much. And for those that we couldn't recognize by names, we want to say thank you. We are not taking your participation for granted. And at this point, I want to ask the chairperson, we have to go on break. Do we go on break or we just immediately continue?
What does the house say? You want to go on break?
Ladies and gentlemen, you can see the hall is already packed. And the impact of
I'm not seeing.
a break at this moment is good for us to shake hands, nod, and also spread our legs while we reconstitute the high table. But there is tea over there, and we have to be very, very smart in how we deal with the tea. So that recent experiences do not reoccur. So for now, we would kindly ask the high table to proceed and take their seat. And we would also, they will be followed by those sitting on the front row. And we will continue to go probably row by row as directed by the ushers. You remember how you do your offering in church? So we will go row by row and we will place our basket there. Before you take your tea, you drop money. 1,000 naira. Otherwise, no matter what else we get, they will tell us later on economic, social, and cultural rights, you are not going to have that. So thank you for our panelists. It has been quite an exciting and high-profile discussion. I hope 75 years will be better than what we have. Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
It has to be on, like, cannot, because we have. Please, Dad. Give us one chance. Give us
I to use the floor, the chair, Mr. Oyedisi Oluse to take over from me.
Thank you. With the kind permission of the chairperson and also the executive secretary, we will now start our session. But before we start, I'd like to bring on the high table as well, Mr. Edosa Oviawe, Program Manager Global Rights, to please join us for this. Sorry, we're putting you on the spot of the divide. So welcome once again. With the clashing of the teacups, I welcome you to our session and to situate the conversation around civic space and human rights is for us to understand that when we talk about civic space, we're actually looking at the laws, the policies, the regulations that helps us as citizens to be able to claim our rights around freedom of association, expression, and also of assembly. And today I've got very eminent individuals that will be joining us. Of course, we've had some progress with freedom of association. However, I think in terms of the ability the other is also the type of sub-national regulations that we are seeing that is now affecting the operations of non-profits. Because we all know about the Cyber Crimes Act and Section 24 that has been used to stifle expression. Then also looking at assembly itself, where sometimes we still hear the police saying that they are banning protests. So within that context, I do have Yemi Adamole on the line. Yemi, can you hear us? Yemi is the executive director of the Enough is Enough. Can I confirm that we have audio so that we can start with Yemi and that we can give us the state of civic space from where she sits and from the good work that she's doing at Enough is Enough Nigeria. Yemi, can you hear us, please?
It's not online. Not online.
Oh, she's not online. So, do we still have Mr. YZ Yao, Executive Director, seated online as well? Okay, can I confirm that you can hear us, sir? I've been given strict 1 hour for this session, and I want to ensure that I keep to that 1 hour. Mr. YZ, can you hear us?
I can barely hear you, but I'm moving to somewhere to see if I can hear better. Can you hear me?
Mr. YZ, can you hear us?
Hello.
Okay, while we're still sorting that part, let me come to. Okay, let me come to. Yes, let me come to Shema. Shema Edi works with the Joint Civic Defense Fund, and I'm starting with you because the gentle lady, from where you sit and from the work you do, what does the state of civic space look like?
Good afternoon, everyone. And standing on existing protocol, I would like to express my gratitude to the Human Rights Commission for the kind invitation and for the work that they are doing when it comes to protecting and securing human rights in Nigeria. That being said, from where I am sitting, the state of civic space in Nigeria is very far away from Umo. We are very, very far from Umo. We are very far from where we need to be to secure human rights when it has to do with. the stuff that goes on in this space that concerns us, especially for those of us in civil society, from digital rights, the protection of digital rights, oppression, to online and gender-based violence, technology-facilitated gender-based violence. When we talk about digital rights, we find that sometimes misinformation, deepfakes affect the way rights are expressed. And so most people now perpetrate hate speech, and that affects the way people express online. They are. They want to talk about online gender-based violence and technology-based gender violence, technology-facilitated gender-based violence. That speaks to how gender-based violence, online violence affects women and their ability to express themselves online. And we see that manifest in several ways. It starts with doxing, and it starts with doxing, it starts with false news, false information. Again, misinformation and disinformation. Then when that starts to happen, women start to self-censor. People don't want to and so when someone posts a story on corruption in a certain community or in a certain state, they are immediately arrested or immediately detained and forced to retract the story. Families are threatened, even when they even put out news, media especially, when they put out news stories on companies and their violations of rights. I'm so happy that the Toolkit for Business and Human Rights was launched yesterday by the same Human Rights Commission, well done Human Rights Commission, and about Human Rights Commission. Because that will also help us to protect human rights for our businesses. Because when stories are being told of businesses that infringe upon rights, and instead of them to get punished or get penalties or sanctions for the crimes that they commit against human rights, they tend to use their power and their influence to continue to perpetrate rights violation. And that's a problem in itself. There are some subnational threats to human civic space, and that's quite concerning for us. We've also seen where the law has been used to infringe upon civic space. So ABC spoke a little bit to it when it spoke about Section 24 of the Cybercrime Law, which we are hoping can be addressed or can be, because I know there's conversation in National Assembly on amending the Cybercrime Act. So we're hoping civil society has been doing a lot of advocacy around Section 24 and they need to amend Section 24. Then we need to prioritize civic space rights, like we said all along, because without the right to freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, freedom of association, then it's because human rights are interdependent. We'll find that if you infringe upon my right to express myself, I write something online, I'm arrested. It's not infringe upon my right to livelihood because I can't work to make money. It's not infringe upon my right to freedom to what's that one? Free movement. I can't move about it because I've been detained. And so the rights are interdependent, and that affects human rights expression, and that for us is a big problem. But I think I want to speak a little bit more to how civic space affects women. I think we haven't looked at that closely. We haven't interrogated that well enough, because we think that when it comes to civic expression, how does it affect women? It affects women and it affects men. And what about it comes into play where we say, and what about men? Men are also affected. But I think there's a specific way it affects women. And I think that we haven't interrogated that well enough when it comes to female journalists who are out there covering protests and the kind of indignity they are put in sometimes because they are doing their job, or some women who are going out there to do their job and they are raped or violated because they've been assaulted in the process. And I think we haven't spoken to that, because what that automatically leads to is self-censorship. So even if the state isn't even creating censorship, you find that the women tend to self-censor because they are trying to protect themselves. So how do we secure spaces for women to freely associate, to freely express themselves, and to freely assemble? I think it's something we also need to interrogate. But I will say that Nigeria is not doing too badly. Like my friend will say, let us balance collaboration with what? Confrontation. And so I will end on that note. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chef, also for giving myself and the ears another vocabulary in order to what about it. Can I confirm we still have Mr. Wisebed online and he can help now before I go to my friend and brother to do that? Why is it, Mr. Wise, can we confirm?
He's online.
Please unmute him. Let's confirm that he can hear us.
Just he's on.
Hello, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Oh, excellent, excellent. So from where you stay, and the good work you do, what does the state of civics look like in Nigeria at the moment?
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you, sir.
Oh, okay. So, but I don't hear what you said. You want me to speak?
Yes, I would like you to share your thoughts and insights with us on what the state of civic space looks like from the work you do and from your experience.
Oh, okay. So civic space for us is actually centrally organized around two important pillars of our rights: the right to freedom of expression and the right to organization. Now, with respect to freedom of expression, we can break it into three different layers and see what happens in those three specific segments. The first, most obvious, is the question of the freedom of the media. What's happening in the media scene? And this takes the question of ownership and control, the ability of people to set up media, own and operate media, and the ability of citizens to freely access the media and express their views and use it for collective organizing and so forth. And so what we've seen over the years is that while there is liberalization, enabling the citizens to set up media and operate, there's also an imagined concentration, a pyramid in which a few people are able to, own the different segments of the media, television, radio, newspaper, etc. But we have also seen the high level of intolerance, particularly from the side of governments, in terms of clamping down on journalists, clamping down on media organizations belonging to either civil society organizations or to opposition political parties. We have seen the emergence of citizen journalism as a response to the closing of the accessibility of citizens to access and utilize
So Isaac, can you still hear us? We can't hear you.
Yeah, okay. So I was saying that with respect to citizens journalism,
Isaac, can you hear us?
What we have seen is that increasingly the citizen platforms are being politicized, taken over by politicians who set up what we consider to be independent citizens platforms, but in actual fact media organizations that are being set up by political parties, especially those within government. So in other words, that even within the realm of citizens journalism, the independent voice is being muzzled by the encroachment of political forces into that sphere, but also the increasing monetization of that specific aspect. Now, we also then at the second level consider what's happening to the right of people to express themselves online, digitally. And I think that again, what we've been witnessing over the last couple of months is the increasing contestation by civil society on one hand, and government and other interest groups to control the way in which citizens are able to access digital platforms and use digital platforms to hold power accountable and so forth. We have seen instances where a number of people have been detained, prosecuted for expressing themselves freely online. One particular instance is actually Gloria Jatau, who made a WhatsApp statement condemning the killing of Deborah in Sokoto. And Gloria today is over 18 months in detention in the prison in Bauchi State. She has not been tried, she has not been released. Her only offense was so simply to share a statement online. And I think it's very important that as we meet here on the closing civic space, and particularly under the auspice of the National Human Rights Commission, that I would ask that something be done. The National Human Rights Commission should inquire as to the status of Gloria Jatau in Bauchi State, who is detained for this long period. I think that the second level of my intervention is looked at the right to organize. And I think that here what we have seen also increasingly is government coming up with regulations, rules, policies in order to make organizing the citizen space very difficult, particularly for CSOs and other citizens platforms. We've seen new laws, new regulations that are being pushed upon our throats. But we also see the emergence of counter civil society organizations that are organizations promoted, established by government agencies simply to overwhelm the space by their own numbers. They don't speak independently of as a citizen platform, but they exist to promote, protect, and amplify government voices. And that means that they would like to saturate the space and make independent, genuine independent civil society organization voices to become people silenced or muzzled out of that space. So that is a mechanism that is also being used to close the civil space. But we have seen also how over the years, government acting through with institutions have completely eliminated the flourishing of independent student unionism in our campuses. We must remember that the campus unionism, first of all, is the question of the right of students to organize freely in these spaces. It's also the right for students to express their views and to make demands on duty bearers within the context of this environment. But it's also an opportunity for leadership training because many activists that come out to promote democracy, human rights, and defense of civic space in the national context are people who have been groomed, who have been schooled through active participation in student union politics. And I think that it's very important that we recognize that this is a fundamental challenge to the right of students to organize. Today, you have across our campuses permanent caretaker committees that are set up by vice chancellors, rectors, provosts, controlled directly by deans of student affairs and so forth. And therefore, they do not represent the voice, they do not represent the interest, and they do not represent the expressions of the organized agency of students in these campuses. And so that is a major fundamental right to organize that is being abused, that is being violated, and I think that it constitutes a major challenge to the civic space in Nigeria. I think that while we are more concerned about the civil space, I think that there is also implication in the way in which the political sphere that is being constraint on opposition politicians and so forth. And so we are seeing the rise of one-party state. First, it used to be at the level of states where you see the governor and the members of the State House of Assemblies just in one party, and the governor controls the legislative arm of the government in their respective states, and the oppositions are hardly given free space to operate as they should, even when campaigning for offices. State governors, we know, use instrumentalities of states to harass, to intimidate, and to make it impossible for political opponents to organize. Now, what I'm driving at is that the more you close the political space, it's also interject into affecting negatively the wider civic space that citizens enjoy. So I think that for me, over the last couple of years, what we have seen is that the instance of the continual shrinking civic space in its different dimensions, whether we look at it in terms of the right to express ourselves, the right to freedom of to receive and act information, and the right to freedom of organizing both as citizens and also special interest groups such as students. We've seen also the way in which state governments have also, state and federal government have used in the other, whom you might call non-state actors, to make CSO operations very difficult. For instance, in some states, you see the deployment of religious leaders being used to harass, intimidate, and to negativize ordinary civil society organizations using a meta-nationalist rhetoric that CSOs are agents of foreign governments, foreign ideas, foreign religion, and so forth. So that is a mechanism in which you don't see the hand of government, but those people who are operating on the ground, CSOs, activists, feel the pressure that is being deployed upon them by community and religious leaders who express negative sentiments against the operation of independent civic society. I think my final point is to relate to the emergence of digital rights as a major component of our rights, and also as a constituent space, the extension and projection of our civic space online. Now, here there are three things that I want to say. The first thing is that we've seen continually the different efforts that are being deployed to constrain occupation and utilization of this space. Second is that we talked about the digital space. We must also ask the questions: what is government doing to ensure that every Nigerian is able to access technology and use it for civic purposes? We've seen government roll out very ambitious agenda about the digital economy. We've seen the government talking a lot about this, but we haven't seen the way in which government is making effort to ensure that the resolution by the UN about not leaving anybody behind is actually being actualized in Nigeria. Today, about a quarter of Nigerians offline, many more not having meaningful access to the internet, and therefore they are not able to engage with the digital space, which increasingly is becoming the very space that we would express ourselves politically, engage in collective activities, and so forth. I think the final point is still that all that we have seen It doesn't mean that civil society has been restive, has not been reacting. I think that the civil society has shown remarkable resilience in terms of the way in which it's been countering, engaging, and trying to push forward the frontiers of the expansion of civic space in Nigeria. So thank you very much for allowing me to share my ideas on this. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wisey. I have allowed him to speak for that long. So that just in case the internet decides to play on us, we have captured enough of this thoughts. I'm not very good, and I'm sure it's will agree with me.
Something about the state of
the agenda is on thank you.
So perhaps I will define it or describe it.
Abaka, can you hear us?
To say it's been Pisma, or there is Trevor Quagmire. And I'm sorry if I have on you if you have a strong answer. But as a matter of fact, we're very serious now. So we have a successful government trying to, seek it to silence the voice of citizens and activists, particularly divergent views. But I think the last decade, we had it in the last decade, and really shown us how was it to be. Let me use that word. The level of the alarming increase of encroachment into civic freedom in the last 10 years has been something in the main of what this is. Some saw it funny anyway. We had it in the last 10 years has been very mind-blowing. It was within this time that we talked about how technology is now defining the way we engage, the way we live. And I think the last 10 years, some of those persons have equally seen the need to use technology to even further shrink the civic space. We saw how somebody woke up one morning and said because the tweets of Mr. President that tends to violate the rules of Twitter was deleted, he decides to say no more communication on Twitter in Nigeria. I mean, that is the height of it. And then you thought, okay, that was what? I think it was Mr. Yauna that talked about the case of where just for saying something using social media, and then she is incarcerated. And then you just keep going on and going on. And what you hear most times is the excuse we hear is national security. And then I think Oga Ojukwu said it this morning is security and human rights, which comes first and which leads to the other, which foundation leads to the other. And as he said, actually, when there is breakdown of human rights, that is when you have situations, situations. But I think many of our policymakers are not really seeing it from that kind. Earlier on, we talked about how security is affecting every part or every thematic area. But I think even this the civic space, security is equally affecting it. For instance, I know a lot of people that used to do programming in Maiduguri, in some part of Yobe and the rest, promoting civic participation. But those people can't even access those areas now because of breakdown of security. And so because of safety concerns, people can't even go there. And I think to me, that is another way security is being in the civic space. Gemma talked about how it's affecting women's voices. The time the EndSARS started, I think there was one lady that started this movement in Kano. I engaged her last year, and then she told me how it was asked for me to sign, I can't remember, by the DSS, a letter of what? Undertaking, that's also, and because of that, she had to pull out from the movement, and since then, she has been quiet. That's when the voice of one woman lost. And so you just look at all of this, and then you begin to say,
where are we going from here? Is we will say the next 75 years, but let me go with the next 10 years. Where are we going? How is it going to be in the next 10 years? About 2 years ago, I think Global Right did a study on the Stricken Civics, Nigeria Civic Space, and produced a report. See, that was the video that was replayed shortly. But there is one we have just done now. We hope to launch it by beginning of next year. Just looking at the state of civic space within the last 8 years and the last administration of President Buhari. It's mind blowing what you would say. It's like a scorecard. And I think we should begin to do this to demand accountability so that even when, by the time this is launched, to say this was President Buhari's scorecard, this was how the civic space has thrived. And then the president administration should know that when he's leaving, somebody is going to take account, hold him accountable for how the civic space fared under his administration as well. But all in all, I would say it has not been very pleasant. It didn't start today, as many of them will say, it didn't start today, but in the last decade, last 10 years, it will be something else.
In the last 10 years, it's been something else. We've heard how digital rights is also affected. We've heard how student unionism is now a big challenge. We've also heard how negative narratives are now being used by all members of civil society against organized civil society, where CSOs are called agents of foreign governments, and we need to pay attention to all of this diagram. It's not all gloom and doom, because we've seen some progress. For instance, the removal of non-profits as designated non-financial institutions is one big win that we've seen. The ongoing review of CAMA, and also the 2 court cases as well. These are progress that we want to also highlight. Even though the Financial Reporting Council have been said by the courts that they have to give us a code of non-profit, all right, governance. The fact that it is within the realm of apply or explain, following international practice shows that we've got some progress as well. However, challenges still remains with the ease of registration. In some states at the moment, Decree 12 of 1974 is being used to regulate civil society. All right. In some instances, you find edits of maybe 1974, 1972 still being used. Small non-profits today are not able to file their annual returns easily. All right. And when you then look at the conversations around non-profit tax regulation, that's very massive, where you have not filed your non-profit tax returns, then you're looking at paying 50,000 naira for the first month and then 5,000 naira for the following month. And when you look at the interpretation of freedom of association, it seems penalties should not even force you to close down. But when you are charged 50,000 naira and 5,000, we're already closing down as non-profits. But again, there are opportunities for us to engage, just like Shema said, balancing collaboration with confrontation. The opportunities now for us, December 12, to engage with the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. Part of the remit of that committee is to listen to us. We also have a remit of giving tax amnesty as well. So I do hope that all civil society organizations in the room today will join the virtual session on December 12, 4 o'clock to 6 p.m. to discuss how we can improve non-profit tax regulation. But now we now need to start looking at, okay, how do we address all of this? I'm happy to take 1 or 2 or 3 submissions in the room so that we'll make this interactive. I still have 29 minutes, so I can still use 15 minutes to, I have also some thoughts in the room. What are you seeing on the ground in terms of civic space infringements, maybe at the subnational level, at the local government level, and also maybe at the federal level? What infringements are you seeing that you want us to document now? Because there's going to be an outcome document, and we do want to be able to flesh some of this as well. Anybody wants to get the mic? Yes, sir.
Very much. I think we also have threats to the civic space coming from within the practitioners of the civic space. We need to draw lines and have limits We know what the principles and the objectives of civic space players should be. So when we begin to mix it with anti-civil civic space interests and principles, then it is a threat that is coming from within. Where do we draw the line between active politics and objective civic space that is meant to serve the public? And then how do we manage resources that is meant in the real sense of it to be non-profit? So if you give voice to the people that are supposed to categorize as anti-civic space because of the way we practice civic space activities, then the threat is coming from within, and it's something we need to speak to. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Very, very important thoughts. We saw that play out in the Adamawa and Zamfara, the abuse of non-profit startups, and also advocacy during elections. How do we balance that? And I think these are important conversations we must have before 2027, so that we have that clarity as to how do you use non-profit resources in ways that don't put you to trouble, including advocacy during elections by themselves. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I want to agree with the last speaker, and from what you said, no action will be taken. Let's also look at culture in the civil space. As we are looking at the government rules.
Mr. Chair, can the speakers introduce themselves for the rapporteurs?
Okay, thank you. I was trying to respect their privacy. Please introduce yourself.
I am Lady Christy Onyedimma Uche, Executive Director of Foundation for Family Values and Health Orientation and Empowerment. So that family values is so important to us because whatever we are doing, either in the political space or in the civil space, let us not forget the family, because the family, all the families make up the society. And if the values are lost, then we are in trouble. So as we carry on our activities in the civil space, bringing information, training them, we also have a problem with culture and religion. Because at times when we are sensitized and advocating, like the commissioner talked about women and children, is a very big problem. By the time we carry out this training on human rights for women, you will see the men attacking us, that we have come to destroy the family, that we have come to destroy their culture. And we begin to look at us as, you know, working contrary to what they have already known. I was called one time for an interview, and they were talking about women who are widows who are subjected to all kinds of human disrespect and everything when the husband is no more. And at the end of the day, we concluded that education is key, because you can't tell me if Professor Ngozi Iweala, the husband died, that she will be subjected to anything. No, rather even the men, we gather around her and do the needful, even more than what they are supposed to do. So we are looking at, as on this day, as we are looking at these human rights, the civil society, our advocacy should include sensitizing the traditional rulers and our wherever we are coming from, our culture, so that we will be able to have a holistic action that will improve our family for the good of the society. Thank you.
Thank you. Family values, culture, religion, education and awareness, and my gender, we need for us to change. Yes, sir.
Oh, yes, I want to stand on the existing protocol. My name is Gerard Kachi, National Coordinator Initiative Against Human Rights Abuse and Culture. I want to start by congratulating the National Human Rights Commission for this epic program with civil society organizations. My contribution with regards to improving the civic space. Recently, we in our own organization had a counter while we were doing sensitization on these rights. The matter is also still in police station. And we use starting from the last speaker. A worshiper was very sick. And the man of God requested that the worshiper should be brought to his church. They prayed, and they thought that the man was very sick before they could rush into hospital. Died. It was up to 6 months. The man of God was sick, and they rushed the man of God to hospital. The family members assembled the hospital here in FCT that they must take the man of God back to the church for prayer. So, improving civic space. These are the things we need to cover so that we don't allow religion or traditions, to stifle or encroach on the rights of citizens. What we are doing today, is it possible we can translate it into local languages? Giving mandate to traditional leaders and possible religious leaders. If XYZ happen under your watch, it should be hold to presidency. If we begin to do things like this, we'll really improve in our next phase. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Balancing freedom of religion with rights to health. How do we get that? I can take 2 more. Yes, sir.
Hi, sir. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Thomas Michael Shi, Coalition of Nigeria Student Youth. My own contribution towards it to improving our civil space. We need to talk about youth inclusion and involvement in this civil space. Because sometimes the youth is a tool they normally use to frustrate the efforts in our civil space. And the youth can also be the tool to also propagate and encourage our civil space. Because most times with the youth, the political leaders normally come to us when they need us. So the orientation needs to come down to the grassroots, because sometimes our own civil responsibility as youth need to be known, and youth need to demonstrate positive commitment towards improving our civil space. So our own contribution is like the human rights also look into youth involvement and participation in our civil space. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Youth inclusion and participation is big. I will take the last 2 hands. Yes, my brother there. Yes, let's take him first, then I'll take the gentleman.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Sunday Chidu from Center for Social Justice. No doubt the civic space is shrinking. But one area I would like us to look at, which is not much talked about, is at community level. At the communities, the traditional rulers, and they are the ones that control those areas. And over there, you see that many people at the community, most times are not able to express themselves. We talked about election. What happened in the cities is brought to light, but the ones in the community, nobody talks about it. So, and they say charity begins at home. If that enlightenment can go, somebody mentioned taking it to the grassroots. It's actually very necessary. So that if we start from the grassroots, this same person may travel out later, out of the villages, and come to town. Whatever they have, they are armed with it and they can run with it when they come to town. So let's look at what is happening at the grassroots. The space is shrinking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll take the last one. I've been told that I have 10 minutes. And I will override myself.
Good afternoon, all. Outside. Okay, my name is Chris Mwani. I'm of the Youth Africa Leadership Forum. It's an opportunity to be here to speak to ourselves. I just want to urge us that the situation we find in our country today is looking up to the CSOs in terms of leadership, and especially as it has to do with our attitude as a people. Today, leadership seems to be failing in our society, and it's a result of lack of information or decent upbringing from the family front to the general public. So I want to encourage us, we NGOs, that I think the society is looking up to us to see what we can do to bridge the gap. Because as we keep mentoring and bringing up decent children, there's likelihood that leadership will change hands in the nearest future. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I will take as the last voice, then I'll quickly go back to all my panelists to talk about solutions.
So I think my point is to talk about how even though the space is from external point, but it's also so even if you recall the EndSARS process and how it focused on such that other actors who were not formally put on post in society played a major role in accountability. So my point is, as we are reflecting on the past, future, and present, how do we open the space in such a way that we can map the power actors who will be relevant in pushing certain strategic ideas? And this may also be useful for the Human Rights Commission. So there are business owners who are powerful in the field where they are. When you plug them in, trying to channel certain aspects, they have resources, they are powerful, and they are also important to the government. How do we sort actors to get the things we are seeking? We saw celebrities play a role. We saw different types of actors. What I'm saying in essence is that space is becoming fluid, and we need to map relevant actors and also map where they will be useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, last strategy. The role of social movements, the role of philanthropists in civic space. I'm up in the well. Okay, now I'm in trouble. I think I'll override myself for the last time, and the ES would have to protect me after this. No, sir. Okay. Now my panelists would answer.
Professor like asking questions. My name is Nora Dongan. Now, my question is that why is it that civil society activity is lesser now during the democratic achievement and during the military? What's responsible?
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. White, why is it that civil society activism is lesser now?
So it's not online.
It's not online. Ooh, okay, I'll go to Shema because I'm gender friendly. So I'll start with Shema. And Shema, please answer Prof's question. 30 marks.
I don't think civil society activism is lesser now than during the military region. I think that we're in a different dispensation and activism has evolved from what we knew then. I think that because we're also in a democracy, the way we engage is different. And we would say that people, I think this narrative is perpetuated to make it look like civil society organization are not doing anything. But I think it is partly flawed because we find that when the NGO bill came out, civil society rallied together and so on. NGO bill. Now they want to push back to the NGO bill. We also that in times where even with the Twitter ban and how civil society organizations rallied together and they put out what's the word? They filed lawsuits in the ECOWAS court, they put out publications, they put out articles, they engaged even at the African Commission. It's not as civil society activism has reduced, it's just that we are more strategic in the way we engage. And in fairness, it's a democracy. We are grateful for the National Human Rights Commission and its partnership with our entered into several civil society organizations, and how that has been very strategic. We saw that happen during COVID, and when law enforcement is perpetuating rights violations during the pandemic, they were able to push back and say, no, this is what's happening with law enforcement, and this is why you need to stop. So it looks like it has reduced now because we are balancing collaboration with confrontation. Because why do you need to kill 10 people where 15 people can stay alive and do the job? We don't need to die to be able to engage the government. So that's why I think it has, so I'll just put my final words, I'll put my solutions and I hand over to you. So these are my final thoughts here. Everybody talk. I think the first thing I want to say is that what are the opportunities we have to engage? We need to look at it. Thank you again for your point on starting to work with private sector, celebrities, and everybody that we wouldn't consider the usual actors in civic space. I think we haven't done that enough, and I think we need to leverage on that. I would also like to speak to press freedom, and they need to ensure that no journalists is threatened because they are doing their job. I think that we are not doing that enough. I feel like we're not getting the news like we should because journalists feel threatened in the execution of their duties. How do we ensure that journalists stay safe? I will also say that we need to push back on impunity when private institutions use slaps to scare journalists. Slaps are strategic litigation against private public participation. We find that private sector and private entities and even state actors at the subnational level are starting to use frivolous lawsuits to slow journalists down. Wikimedia has like 13 lawsuits, and Wikimedia, yes, an online paper here in Nigeria, have 13 lawsuits filed against them in different parts of the country. How can a journalist do his job when he's traveling across the country to listen to hearings? Now, you know how Nigerian court processes are. We need to find a way to ensure that we don't allow this thing to get away with their frivolous lawsuits. I also think that compliance and regulations are becoming too much. At what point do we stop compliance? Because CSOs are saying, okay, let's comply so they don't push back. At what point do we say no to compliance and these compliance measures that we keep throwing against us? And it's a conversation we need to have. What are the requirements of civic intervention? And why do you keep evidence in compliance measures to comply to? And what partnerships between government and CSOs what other partnerships can we establish? I think we also need to pursue partnerships or more, find the other government institutions and organizations that can partner to get our work done fast.
No, sir.
I think Shem already answered the form questions, so I'm back on that. But I was very curious with the point that the man that was sitting there raised, and I think she mentioned it as well, about how the space is within and all that. But we must ask ourselves how some of these NPOs or non-profit organizations, how they even evolved. We've seen cases where, because there was a movement against a political actor or figure, they decided to mobilize some persons, register an NGO, and then they became civil society organizations, just to push back against what's called the emergent views it was having, figures was having. And over time, that's NGOs have remained, and they have mingled with all of us. And all of us now are NGOs, all of us are civil society organizations. And so they are doing their thing, we are doing our thing. They do something and it blanket everybody and say civil society organizations. I think it was after the Nigeria elections, general elections in March, when I was in Ghana, and this joint TV, I saw them analyzing the Nigeria election. The next thing that came up was they said CS3 in Nigeria applauded INEC for a very wonderful election. And then I saw a group of civil society organizations sit together and say they are speaking for CSOs in Nigeria, commenting how the beavers worked very well, commenting how there was the election was free and fair, and saying no matter what, are giving INEC 100 over 100 in that election. So now those are two certificates. And Ghana, they were referring to it that, oh, CSOs in Nigeria says the election went well. But I don't know what kind of CSOs are those. But it just shows you how some of these CSOs evolved. They evolved to test a certain interest of some political persons, and then they have become part of us. And so they are not like a problem from within. But somehow we still have to stand our ground, put our objective, we still have to remain objective. And the more we do our work objectively, the more the decline is very clear. And then you know those that are objective and those that are just there to service of political interest. And then just to wrap up in terms of way forward. I think Chairman mentioned the issue of regulations. And I'm making an appeal now to Oga Ojukwu and the Human Rights Commission. We should begin to look at how the government is trying to use regulation to shrink the civic space. Now you see talk about Kama and the rest. And we saw what happened in Zamfara, how the government just looked up and said, I banned the NGO activities in the states. For heaven's sake. And then the next thing was the local government in Adamawa saying, I banned NGO activities in my local government. The next thing would be maybe landlord association saying we banned NGO activity in our states. But I think Human Rights Commission needs to look at how they are using this regulation to shrink the space. And just to mention to remind all of us, civic space is not civil society space. Civic space is the space for the citizens. So everyone must engage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And on that note, we are ending, also asking the NHRC to please help us issue an advisory to subnationals on civil society regulation. I hand over back to you.
This civic stake belongs to everyone. Can we give them a sounding round of applause? Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and for those who are just joining us, let me remind you that this is the second annual CSO forum put together by the National Human Rights Commission, Nigerian Network for NGOs, Center for Social Justice, Action Aid, and the UN system in Nigeria. We've had 2 sessions so far, the first and the second panel session. We are shifting very, very swiftly into the third panel session, and this panel session is going to last for just 30 minutes. The chairperson of this session, I'm meant to understand, is on its way, but the ES for now is the chairperson for this session. Please can we give him a round of applause? While we await the arrival of Mr. Eze Onyefere, I want to introduce and welcome to the high table Professor Sogoro Odombana. He is Professor to the National Human Rights Commission on sabbatical leave. I want to also welcome to the high table TechCap A. Sokwa Esquire, Legal Advisor, Action Aid. Also coming to the high table is Commissioner Agabaidu Jejani. He's a member of the Governing Council of the National Human Rights Commission. Your answer, please. Can you make your way to the high table? I think so that I will hand over to you, the ES, to moderate this session. Thank you. Like I said, this session is just for 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Governing Council, just your indulgence that before we proceed with the second session, can we make some presentation to for the last one? I think the performance was so excellent. The first and second session cannot allow those sessions to go on in our own footprints on them. So I'll be inviting the chairperson of the commission to make a presentation to Honorable Commissioner Joe Campbell, who was the member of the first panel, the government who went to the job. Someone is to comment that Janina inside. May we please invite the chair of the second panel of civic space. You know what I call him? Also that. Thank you so much.
Yes, so I now wish to invite um Tema, Yvonne, who is come forward, Tema, come forward. Then I invite Idusa, the strong food. Thank you very much, ma. Sorry we are pushing you hard. This session is on social economic rights in age of economic reform. You know why this is important? You know why this is important? Social economic rights. We're talking about our right to food, our right to work, our right to my brother Dick. Welcome. Our right to the transportation, our right to fuel. So we're trying to look at the realities of the time. And no better person to speak to this than we only have to four. We have a very short time for this presentation because we still have one more session to go. So we'll be asking Professor Dombada. I'm starting in for us to just go ahead with the chair of the session. I'll be begging Professor Dombada to please don't take us on the journey of academic research. Just give us out of your 200 points, just give us 5. So that we can go here today. So, Prof, can you go?
Okay, thank you very much, and thank the staff for this meeting that we're having here today. So, let me. Because we are celebrating the UTH. And you know, we all attended public schools up to university level, and they were highly subsidized. So Nigeria has done well. In terms of health, there are primary health care centers in a number of villages, and there are public hospitals that have been established and funded by Nigeria. It's possible that some of us who are elites may not patronize they can actually give a lecture on the reason for the challenges: bad governance, corruption, mismanagement of resources, and even policies that are not, protected. And we see them happening from time to time. So we all want to admit that, and I don't want to start listing them. We are all familiar with it. The poverty level is on the increase. The unemployment level is on the increase. Women are dying preventable death, even during childbirth. So those problems are there. We all acknowledge. But what should be done? Because that is really why we are here. What should be done? And I want to first attack the civil society. I commend the civil society for what they have done. But I think we are part of the problem. And I want to speak simply on the question of justiciability. There's hardly any gathering on social and economic rights that is made that you don't have issue of justiciability coming on. Issue of chapter 2, issue of section 6 of the Constitution coming up. And I want to quickly address it because I don't know how many minutes I will have left. And it's very important for me, particularly for the lawyers who are here, who are involved in public interest in litigation. Let me, my guys are welcome. Well done, sir. Let me quickly just address that and then I'll hand over the mic. Now, because I think justiciability is a self-fulfilling prophecy, which has prevented the normative development of the economic rights. And legal practitioners are mostly guilty because each time you are discussing social and economic rights, the first thing they talk about is section 6 and in relation to chapter 2. And I want to say this publicly that chapter 2 should be construed liberally based on the following rules. And I'm directing this to civil society who are involved in public interest litigation. Chapter 2 should be constructed liberally based on the following rule. 1. Section 6.6, paragraph C, which also the latter prevail. The assumption for that principle is that the legislature or those who enacted that law were aware of the previous section when they inserted the latter section. So those civil society should bear that in mind, particularly those who are seeking to enforce social economic rights in Nigeria, that section 13 prevails over section 6. So we should no longer be talking about justiciability. Second point is that there is a case of the Supreme Court in Federal Republic of Nigeria and Anachi, which Nikitobi JAC accident was held that non-justiciability of section 6.6 of the Constitution is neither total nor sacrosanct, as the subsection provides a leeway by the use of the word except as otherwise provided by this Constitution. This means that if the Constitution otherwise provides in another section, which makes a section or some sections of chapter 2 justiciable, it will be so interpreted by the court. The third point, and I will hand over there, maybe if I want to I will make further intervention. The third point is that chapter 2 can be made justiciable by legislation. If the legislature on its own decides to enact a separate law in pursuance of chapter 2, then that law becomes justiciable as a law duly enacted by the National Assembly pursuant to its powers under section 4 of the Constitution. I think I will end here for now, and then maybe if I have opportunity, I'll mention it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Shortest date of session in the century. Okay. If I could please act, if I could please pronounce that I've acted the order of the session safety. So it's an opportunity for me to announce that while we are talking to two of our very serious partners, we have the country director of Action Aid who joined us while we were here. Please can we
have our friend, yeah, the guy who has been fighting for the Kiki rights and he wants to fly to the moon. Yes, thank you for coming. And finally, our friend, Eze Onyekwere, who has taken government to court for 1 million times, I'm sure. And it's all in the course of fighting for our realization of social and economic rights. We are happy to have you here. It's over to you.
Thank you, and let me start by apologizing for keeping you waiting. I had another speaking engagement, but I thought I would through before now. I understand the prof has spoken, and then we have state chaps, so quite people advice of action continue. All right, and we start we have about 30 minutes for this whole session. So everybody should be talking like 5 or 6 minutes. So over to you.
Good afternoon. Since we have limited time, I don't go straight to the point. The very learned professor here has almost said everything I wanted to say, because you cannot talk of chapter 2 without dealing with the donor issue, which is the issue of justiciability. In fact, that's the discussion that surrounds chapter 2 of the Constitution. Because when you look at this provision, they are lovely provisions and they are worthy provisions. They are provisions that any nation that is serious about achieving democracy and justice for the citizens will abide by. But then you now ask yourself, what's the challenge? And that's the issue. That the same constitution now makes them non-justiciable. However, just as the professor has said, over the years, the courts have learned, lawyers have learned, civil society has learned that position that tries to exclude the jurisdictions of the court from entertaining matters that come from social and cultural rights as contained in chapter 2 of the Constitution. One of the issues that the prof below mentioned is a case of Abacha against Hariri, where one of the exceptions to application of section chapter 2 of the Constitution is where it's a foreign law and the Nigerian legislation or the state has adopted and localized it in our laws, then it becomes binding. Is that what is your interest? Are you the one that is affecting? Why are you coming to court? But thank God for some laws like the Fundamental Rights Enforcement Procedure rules, which has made it possible for a third party to file an action on behalf of somebody else. We call it public interest litigation. So an NGO can actually file an action in the interest of the community, in the interest of vulnerable people, without necessarily being personally affected. So it's it's not nice to hear NGO say, we can't go to court on this chief because for that chapter 2, or this is what will be the outcome. No, let's test the law. Go to court and fight it, and let us get a pronouncement on it until probably gets to the Supreme Court and a decision is taken over. I think with that I will submit for now. Okay.
Brief intervention. I think we were mentioning foreign laws. I think it's treaty obligations that is when they are domesticated. Of course, they can be the basis for initiating proceedings in the court of law for the enforcement of rights. Let's have the presentation of Azubi One Case, a member of the Governing Council of the Human Rights Commission. Thank you very much. Okay, my position on the issue of social political rights in the age of economic reform is very simple. Everybody must agree that these rights are still in the realm of reasonable wishes in Nigeria. And one of the reasons why it is in that realm is because of the enormous resources that may be required by government to fully implement them. Because if we talk about the right to health, that means also the right of getting fully equipped hospitals, manpower, both manpower to man those equipments, and right to work, also include right to proper transportation. Our roads are good, and their drivers are properly trained. So there are so many things involved. That's why the reason there are clear positions, restrictions for you to litigate on all these rights. And that is why that monster, section 666, CCC of the Nigerian Constitution is still here. And everybody is trying away towards amending that provision. What I will simply advocate is for the States and National Assembly to take steps and quickly, in this era of constitutional amendment, which is ongoing, to start moving chapter 2 by piece to chapter 4 so that they can become fully enforceable. I know it will not be possible the way the economic situation is to move all of them together, but we can still move them one after the other. Maybe 3 or 4 of them move them to chapter 4 so they become fully enforceable. On this issue of judicial activism, the times of Okuta, Kayode Esho, all of them, they are all reasonably gone. We're all aware. Those who be bold enough to go around this thing and enforce the law as it is. So we want a positive act, which is a positive enactment, making these socio-economic and cultural rights to be fully realized and enjoyed by moving them to chapter 4 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. Thank you for that brief presentation. But let me start by saying that I wrote about 5 or 6 pages, but let me try to summarize it. The justiciability debate that Prof had mentioned, the proper contextualization is that you cannot go to court and make chapter 2 the basis of claiming a right in court. Because if you do that, you will cite section 660. But then, which I call a source of law misconception. But beyond that, if you look at item 60 of the exclusive legislative list, you will find that the Constitution placed items for the enforcement of fundamental objectives and directive principles for the federal legislature. So if you look at the case of Attorney General of the state against Attorney General of the Federation, while for JSC, they made it clear that the Constitution itself has placed the entire chapter 2 under the exclusive legislative list. By this, it simply means that all directive principles need not remain mere or pious declarations. It is for the Executive and National Assembly working together to give expression to any of them through appropriate enactment as occasion may demand. So, if you look at some of the laws we have already, they are steps taken towards the realization of some of these economic and social rights. But we don't think them through
and we dismiss them at the level of say, okay, they are not sufficient. For instance, today, we have the National Health Insurance Authority Act of 2022, which made health insurance compulsory for every Nigerian. And what did it do? You are not going to be insured. The premium you are paying is not based on your health condition. It's not based on the risk. It is like a tax. It is based on how much you earn. So the idea is that in moving towards universal health coverage and implementing the right to health, every Nigerian who is an adult who is working will suffer a deduction which will be pulled together, and with it, every other person will be entitled to what they call the basic minimum package of healthcare services in every public or private or designated private health institution. So if you look at it that way, it is a step taken towards the realization of the right to health, which is a demonstration of this idea of work between the executive and the legislature to convert some of those rights to actionable rights. Now, if you look at the free compulsory universal basic education law, it says basic education is compulsory for all Nigerians and free. It's also a step taken towards realizing the right to education. So there are so many laws we can begin to count, but the challenge with that is about implementation and how those of us who call ourselves activists, whether we understand that these are steps taken towards these rights and begin to demand more accountability on them. Now, if you look at the idea of economic reforms, the Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights has said that the principal international standard, which is the International Covenant on Economic and Social Rights, can be implemented under any type of economic situation. It doesn't come for a laissez-faire economy or a capitalist economy or a socialist economy. It is a question of recognizing the centrality of human rights and fundamental freedom in the design and implementation of government policies. Let's take a concrete example. We were all paying for petrol at XYZ price, and today the price is almost like 904. Now, on its own, that should not erode the right to an adequate standard of living. Here were promises of introducing gas-powered vehicles. There were promises of fixing the refineries. Ideally, there could also be promises of recovering money from those who stole the money, because the president acknowledged that some people stole money under the guise of subsidy. Now, if you start local refineries, if you start recovering money, if you had said by now down about 1 or 2 million cars which are gas powered, we couldn't be feeling the exact impact of that removal of fuel subsidy the way we are feeling it today. So just saying removal of subsidy automatically means suffering for the people. That's not true. It's all the other pre and post factors that we are not implementing that is leading us where we are today. And the promise is that when money is saved from fuel subsidy removal, it will be put into critical areas that will touch the lives of ordinary Nigerians. Was that not the promise? So I'm trying to say, removal of subsidy per se doesn't mean suffering. Now, look at the 2024 budget. That promise, are we getting it fulfilled? Look at what is allocated to developmental capital. Because even a good part of the capital they're saying is capital for LDA. And that will mean buying some SUVs for the National Human Rights Commission. I don't believe you have that. But there is 980 something billion. So I will say that there is 980 something billion, okay, in those first line charges, which is going to be for administrative capital. And you know, administrative capital may not necessarily touch the lives of ordinary people. It will make your work as MDA more easier in the hope that it will facilitate you are rendering us better service. But when you are chilling in an SUV that costs the latest model, you may forget service delivery. So I want us to properly contextualize that policies on their own do not implement or go against economic and social rights, but it depends on how they're implemented and the pre and post issues. Now, let's look at the nature of third parties obligations.
under that big covenant, which has influenced a number of the legislations and even regional standards. If you look at that promise, that you are to move to the maximum of your available resources. And resources here, we always confuse resources to mean money. Resources does not end with money. Human resources, which are even count to be the greatest. There's information, there's technological resources, there is ecological resources. Okay, look at the issue in the health sector. Let me use the health sector back again. We are training doctors in universities, which you always badmouth and say they are not good. The standards are poor. But of every 100 Nigerian doctors that live in Europe and America, 95 of them will at the first city pass and be integrated into the health system here. That means they are receiving world-class education in any backwater place where we can break our university. In some other clients, their governments have met with those who are taking this away. For instance, America and Britain have already met the requirement of World Health Organization, which says 600, one doctor per 600 patients or thereabouts, or 600 of the population. They've met us for fasting. Ours is still one doctor for over 6,000 Nigerians. Yes, the little doctors we train are going there because we don't know how to manage our resources well. Now, in some other places, government of Nigeria can simply talk to Her Majesty's government in Britain and say, wait a minute, you already met your requirements. Why don't you come and talk? Let's discuss. Invest more money, improve the facilities in Italy, Ibadan, ABU, and in Sudan. Instead of training 5,000 doctors a year, we can be taking out 7,000 to 10,000. And that extra 2,000 you can quote from there. So it's going to be a win-win scenario where you have those people still going and you still have sufficient to work for us. So you have to do these things to the maximum of your available resources. And like I said, those resources include resources that are mismanaged, misappropriated, outrightly stolen, or however you want to count the nomenclature of stealing, whether you call it misappropriation or what. And then, today, we should know that if we are achieving economic and social rights, we don't have to start comparing ourselves with Britain or America. Everybody knows they have more resources. So we have to define our own mandate of what we want to achieve within our local context, within our local reality. And when I have my colleague talk about resources, oh, you need to build hospitals, you need to. There is no human right that is not free. I am coming from a GBV session, and they were complaining, all the police, all the security agencies, they don't take this thing seriously. And I told them that the same resource the police will need to stop somebody going for murder. It's also the same resource that they need to stop the people committing sexual agenda-based violence. It's only a question of prioritization. The aspect which is like what people which I mentioned, if you fully implement the National Health Insurance Authority law, you could possibly be getting up to 5 trillion a year from all money that is put. But then how do you manage it determines whether people get access to the right level. Take for instance the National Housing Fund, which was enacted during Babangida days. Workers were suffering deduction compulsorily from their salaries. But at no time did 1/10 of the contributors get access to the fund because it was treated as a slush fund. The people managing it had no links with the actual people who suffered deduction. So at the end of the day, that fund, instead of being compulsory, it has been made optional because Labour kept complaining, we are contributing, we are not benefiting. What was the link, missing link, in emphasizing the right aspect to housing in terms of getting access to housing? Accountability. And once we believe that accountability, that's what gives us the results we have today. Now, also, layers of obligations. 3 layers of obligations in human rights jurisprudence: respect, protect, fulfill. The one that everybody complains about is the fulfill. That's where you need big amount of money. Some of these rights are like, I already have these rights. I'm already doing it at my expense. Take no step to deprive me of access. For instance, the idea of demolitions and evictions. There are alternative ideas to forced eviction. There are alternative ideas to demolition of housing. And if the state we are doing their duties well, for instance, look at what is happening in Imo State. Somebody built an all-season hotel that has been there since over 20 years.
And he's just complaining on social media that the governor simply wanted to get people to occupy hotels, and his hotel was not available. They told him that he built on illegally. The hotel has been there, all seasons hotel. Is that how you want to bring development to your state? Most of these houses are knocking down in Lagos. Some of them have existed for 20 years. There is development control. There are officers working there. Do you think for your rights? Some of them even got permission by officers of the state government who have retired. And some of them have died. In all evictions and demolitions, nothing is done, even if you produce the paper and they tell you it was not properly signed, but a director of permanent secretary who has retired or who is still in service, at no point in time is the director of permanent secretary call back to account and say, why did you sign this? All right? So what is lacking in implementing these things? I'm not saying somebody should build on a drainage channel. I don't support that. But I'm saying there are times you could, instead of demolishing 10,000 houses, you could set 5,000 and then continue. That's a beautiful perspective. Protection is about policing. Stop third parties from violating the rights of other people. The fulfillment ones are where you must bring all the money and the resources. So in essence, I think that our failure to implement policies, our failure to follow through ideas. Look at the pension funds that we are doing now, the public servants are doing. You can discover that before, people will work at the end of the day, they don't have access to anything. But as they're managing it now, some people are retiring and getting access to their money immediately. So it's a lot of creativity that is required. How you manage the resources within your economy that will determine whether you're able to realize some of these rights. And that brings me to the point of minimum core content of these rights. Don't just equate the right to housing. Give me a 4-bedroom duplex on demand. No, that should not be the meaning of the right to housing. Don't equate the right to health to say, I want a cardiovascular surgery in Nigeria on demand. No, there is what the Minister of Health has designed they call basic minimum package of healthcare services, which is built around the idea of primary health as the basis and the fulcrum of the right to health. And in so many areas, you can replicate these things. And once you replicate them, you will be able, for instance, the right to work. Let me give you a recent thing that has happened on the right to work. The information available to me indicates that between the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary, since the new administration came in, not at the federal level alone, not less than 10,000 vehicles have been bought. And these 10,000 vehicles, they are not bought from any local assembly or a local federal vehicle. They were all built to American specs or Japanese specs, latest model, and you converted the small naira you have into foreign currency and shipped it out. Those 10,000 cars, imagine if they were distributed between local car builders and assemblers. It was created more jobs. And what those guys are paid, even when they need books to collect personal income tax. And they make more profit as a company. You go there and collect corporate income tax. So it is a win-win situation and scenario. If you put on a taking tax and not to claim that you are doing, you never had a utility guys to recall your life because the regular senator, you are now entitled to 150 of my tax money to go and get that. So that is about understanding that everything about rights is a complete package. The thing you are doing in cars you are buying is affecting health, is affecting education, is affecting housing. The right to feed oneself, which is not the right to food on demand. If you improve the security situation today, many small-scale women farmers and men farmers around the country can go back to their farms. All right? So today, people are sowing and reaping only when it is approved by the terrorists, the bandits, or whatever. So by the time these people get back to their farms without inhibition, if I have telegraph of land, I can take care of my family. I can pay the bill. I don't need to be on any social register. So these things are so linked up that you cannot take one away from the other. So finally, it is about the political will. It is about implementation of policies. There is nothing sacrosanct in economic and social rights, most of them, that we cannot begin to take, even if it is baby steps, towards their realization. I thank you. Do we have any questions or comments so that we can take the decision?
My name is Abdul Rahman and Yakubu. I want to commend the speakers for their insightful submissions on the issue of economic social development. I think we all know the challenges that we have in Nigeria in terms of implementing these rights. So while we struggle for the amendment of our constitution in terms of enforcing these rights, which in my opinion is going to be a very tall order to make our political actors, to make economic, social, and cultural rights enforceable. I think one of the areas that we will want to focus on is holding political actors at the federal and state levels accountable for ensuring that the policies they bring out and also their implementation go with the kind of promises that they make to people. In this regard, I think the issue of monitoring implementation, there are tools that have been developed in the UN community to assist the full population, as well as LHRs and also the people in general, to monitor and ensure that policies and programs are implemented. So I think we need to focus on monitoring implementation and putting pressure on actors so that rights, economic, and social rights.
Thank you very much. I just continue from where Mr. stopped. My name is Harry Obey. I work with the Human Rights Commission. I would like to draw inspiration from the presentations made by the panelists, especially when they try to point out other creative ways of enforcing economic, social, and cultural rights, and try to move us from this self-limiting posture of focusing on justiciability. I think justiciability is the only means of protecting or enforcing or implementing rights. So if we combine the first session of this dialogue, where we look at the issue of the future of human rights litigation and the pathway to new regime of doing human rights work, I think we should move away from this traditional way of thinking that it's only through the court that rights can be realized, and focus on administrative avenues created by law to ensure that rights are implemented. That is actually the future of the implementation of economic, social, and cultural rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful presentation. My name is Andrew Maridu. I'm the country director for Action in Nigeria. Sorry, I came in late. And we just coming from the meeting in Lagos. We had to take members of legislators, Senate and House of Rep members, Committee on Agriculture and Cooperation to Lagos for a retreat on rights to food agriculture. So basically, we had several conversations, We also had the executive ministry there. Bottom line is, I go with the last one. So it is not only true court. One of the key things taken away from there, one of the senators raised, and we all agree, is the only way we can turn this around. Because the truth is, we keep saying, let's be patient, let's try, let's sacrifice, but we're not seeing the steps moving. We're not seeing the success in all the things we are doing. Every government that comes keeps saying that they are doing well. Now, it's only when Buhari has gone that you now hear criticism about Buhari. Tomorrow, if Tinubu leaves, we'll now hear criticism about Tinubu. The citizens are waiting, nothing is happening around that. So they don't very clear. So the only way that we will listen to you is if the
citizens of this country hold us accountable. If you come to the streets, if you go to the media, and you are able to pressure us, we say it's okay, we can go to governments that are working, it's okay, we can do advocacy, we see those that are working, we can do this meeting. Say, but the one that will give us substantial result is for the citizens to wake up and hold them accountable. All these rights will be achieved. Because when we start from where do we stop? Where do we draw that line? We are not making progress in several of the indicators. So the excuse are going to stop and we will take action to deal with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wonderful presentation. And sometimes for non-lawyers like us, we sit down with issues like you can be lost. But I ask this question for any of the presenters. It's amazing when you begin to advocate for implementation of law, yet there are many aspects of the law that is not inclusive in itself. Maybe a group of people are not catered for within the confines of the law in question. How do we deal with matters like the Constitution that have very, very limited or very few mention of persons with disability? Let me preempt your answer. You say, well, the law caters for all. Not in all cases. How do we deal with the issue of people that are not holistically accommodated by the law? Because if the law will serve the purposes of just a certain group of people and other group of people are related, I don't think that law should exist. How do you then cater for an inclusive law that people like us can beat our chest and say we are part of what this law will protect? Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. We just have 5 minutes to round up. Give one woman, and this was also given to me by a woman, please, not only. Just speak on behalf of the neighborhood.
I'm Malo Major. I'm Center for Gender Studies. Nice guy, you have to make a nice voice. I've been here since morning. But it's been very interesting. When the prof there spoke, said class for Nigeria can do well. Some of us went to public school. This is that. I felt disappointed. For you to tell me to class for Nigeria. That's not me to class for Nigeria. When in Nigeria before now, or before I was born, because I personally went to Christian school. I didn't go to public school. And many of us went to religious schools. So coming out to a lot of class I felt somehow. And the last speaker said, you know, all these days, fuel subsidy is not meant to cover us. Before you go to you remove fuel subsidy, you plan before you do it, so that we will not suffer. So government has failed us, and we cannot be clapping for a failed government. Past and present. So what we do, we are asking for as a civil society organization. How do we address all these failures? Because the thoughts have been failures. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think that was a very good thing. So, we have to find out. We need to end the session so that we can do the next one. But let me quickly scan through the issues that can be raised.
argument for satisfying social and economic rights, because these are the very things that touch our everyday life. Our humanity depends on economic support. No argument about that. But somebody who spoke here brought up the solution. You know, they are not free. Even human rights are not free. The authorities are saying, if we want them to act, we must demand for our rights. Civil process of demanding our rights is not violent, but we must insist, must ask for accountability, and it is not just asking once and walking away. We must persist and demand for these rights. So we are ready to be part of this process. Are you ready to be part of it? So one of the things I think we've agreed here today is that we have to step up our level of demand for accountability, for the protection of our rights, for our realization of economic, social, and cultural rights. Well, that's on everybody. So on that note, I think I want to thank the panelists. I want to thank the chair of the panel, and we should have to give them a round of applause. So, Francis, I hand over to you.
Okay, sir, thank you very much. Please, I think the panelists and the chair deserve a sounding round of applause. All right. So before the panelists take their seats on the other side of the room, they will be presented with their souvenir, which I think the ES is signing now. And in a couple of minutes, that will be done. And we'll go straight to the very, very last session for another 30 minutes. While we are waiting for the presentation, I want to quickly recognize the members of the next panel. We have the chair of this panel, Barrister Ade Gaba, Vice Chairperson, African Committee on Right and Welfare of the Child. And she's also a former director, Human Rights Education and Promotion, the National Human Rights Commission. Thank you, ma'am. Also on this panel is Dr. Uju Agomo, Executive Director of PRAWA, member U.S. Subcommittee on Prevention of Torture. She was a former member of Governing Council National Human Rights Commission. Can we appreciate her? She's joining us there too. Also on the panel is Dr. Fatima Akilu, Executive Director, NIM Foundation. She is also a member, Special Investigative Panel on Human Rights Violation during Counter-Insurgency Operations. Can we give her a round of applause, please? We are expecting Hamzat Lawal, CEO, Connected Development, to join this panel. And of course, our very dear Commissioner Jamila Issa Aneka, Governing Council, member of the Governing Council of the National Human Rights Commission, is also a member of the panel. So if our souvenir is ready, it will be presented to the panel.
How we face very redundant of the chairperson, now. This is the chair of the I don't know whether I'll share the thing with him because I also acted before. Okay, the chairman comes up, let's for it. Thank you very much. Thank you, man. Thank you. Always catching my back for me. Okay, we are now calling on Foxall, so go around over that, the visiting professor, the Human Rights Institute of National Human Rights Commission Nigeria. Well, thank you very much for your contribution.
The remarks. You know when you want to hit somebody, you start with trying to soften the ground. So he had some very hard questions or hard stance of the government. And he said, okay, before I say it, well done for what you have done. But what you haven't done. I think understanding of
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very good. Now that they just invite Mr. Stitcher, so far, the legal advisor of action, please come forward.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now be inviting the member of the Government Council of the National Human Rights Commission, representing the Nigerian Bar Association, Mr. Barrister B.K. Frankenstein. Thank you very much.
May I just point invite the next panelists to take their seat on the high table, please. Please let's appreciate them as they come over. As they are aware, it's a hybrid event. We have some people joining us via Zoom. And may I remind the chairperson of this panel that we have just I would like to also invite to the panel Imabo Ladipo Sanusi. Please let's give a resounding round of applause. Thank you very much. Ms. Imabon is the Deputy Director of WorkLab. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. Please let's give her a resounding round of applause. Thank you.
Sorry, can I begin now? Colleagues. Yeah, it's nice to be here, but I've not been informed of my delegation. I will no longer chair this session by the executive secretary.
I think, at times, people not plan to against you. And, you're just going to do something you didn't plan to do. There's no I include you that you were part of the planning of the coup. You're also part of the planning of the coup. Probably we want Abe is the representative of Nigeria in the African Commission Committee on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. So we have a lot to learn from that. We need to need her to speak to us that just chairing the session. The chair doesn't do anything. All it does is just to call people to talk. It's the panelists that are really bringing out the knowledge for us to share. She shares a lot. So for what is the case now about child rights? That's the only of child rights. So the panelists here, Abekabe is the representative of Nigeria in the African Committee on Rights and Welfare of the Child, and also the retired director from the National Human Rights Commission. Was not yet tired because this is I'm not telling her now that Twiki baby like this Sweetness is sweet, so you are trying so much. Thank you for coming. Can we give a round of applause, please? One of the panelists is Dr. Joa Gobmo. You know, Dr. Joa Gobmo was with us earlier on, and she accepted our invitation to join us virtually. We have Dr. Fatima Akilu, Executive Director of the Foundation, and also a member of the Special Investigation Panel on investigating the Reuters panel allegations against the Nigerian military counter-insurgency operation. Welcome. Can we get around that, please? And we have my sister, Imabo Adifo, who is also the Executive Director of WorkLab. You know WorkLab? Yeah, they are live and direct with us. We'll know whether the other participants, Hamza Nawal, will be joining us. Maybe before we finish, we'll get information on that. And then we have here also the member of the Governing Council, who is also the special rapporteur on the rights of the child, the leader, Mr. Emeka, who is also on this panel. The leader, you're welcome. So without wasting more time, I'll be inviting the vice chairperson of the African Committee on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, Abekabe, to share her perspectives on what is happening in the area of protection of children, especially considering the UNHCR, what gains have been made, and what is the climate for protection of children in Nigeria, what are the challenges, and of course, where do you want us to be in the area of protection of children in the next 75 years? We have seen where we are since the past 75 years. So, what's the state of protection of children in Nigeria? What are the challenges? And where do you want to be in the next 75 years? You have how many minutes should we give her? 2.5 minutes or 3 minutes? We'll give her 3 minutes so that we don't know the point. You have for 1,000 points. You know, cannot get 3 of them, will be fine. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, the GS. for availing me this opportunity to make my comments on how far Nigeria has come to where we are now. Nigeria has ratified the CRC, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, and in light of its application at that level, by enacting the Child Rights Act. So in the first place, I would say Nigeria begins with an achievement. The legislative framework is on ground, it's in place. As of today, 34 states of Nigeria have adopted the Child Rights Act into state-based laws. Well, while the fact that not all the states have domesticated or adopted the law creates a sort of disadvantage. At least it provides an opportunity for implementation at the level of the state. So we start with a plus. And then between the Child Rights Convention and the Child Rights Act and the Child Rights laws, they all agree on what the definition of the child is, that is the person who is under 18. And so they also agree on the 4 pillars of child rights, the child right to survival, to development, non-discrimination, participation. They all agree on that, and that concurrence is also an advantage for easier implementation. And so what does Nigeria have on ground towards implementing the Child Rights Act? And that's where the issue of child protection comes into place. I tried to get a specific description of what child protection is, and it says it can be described, child protection can be described as measures, structures, systems established to prevent and protect and respond to children in a society, thereby protecting them from exploitation and abuse. That's holistic. If we have such a system in place, then we can have to achieve the child rights by one to them. So even though we have the law, how far have we gone? Can we really say that we have made much progress? One critical thing we have to look at is the general measures of development. We must begin with the budget. Do we have adequate budget deployment across the sectors that affect children, namely education, namely health, nutrition, water, sanitation, and hygiene? The Universal Basic Education Act makes education compulsory and free and compulsory. Can we say we have a right there? If we look at the visual evidence of children who are on the streets, while school is going on, it just directly negates that law. We don't need an expert to tell us that these children are not going to school. And so we look at issues like that, and then even for places where there are children are going to school, what is the student and teacher ratio? How many teachers? One teacher attends to million children, and how effective would that be? There are also gender issues around education affecting girls, issues of enrollment, high enrollment for girls, but somewhere along the path, the retention begins to drop until the condition is completely low on the part of girls. So that brings up the intersectional issues of gender. In between our human rights issues, why this girl is not going to school? Were there threatened? Was there sexual violence against them? Were there adequate hygiene facilities for them that were doing their menstruation and all that? These are issues that affect children. Then implementation capacity, even though the UBEC is very good, who are the implementers of the UBEC? Apart from the national level, I dare say that for most of the states, appointments into the CBEC is done on a political affiliation basis. I stand to be corrected, but I think I've experienced that in a few states where I have lived, different with those politicians. So the issues of capacity for implementation of those laws also comes into play. We have the right to expect thresholds, and it's the issue of who we know. There are so many issues to discuss around the issues of children, you know. But I will jump, there are many, but I will jump to the issue of vulnerable children, children living with disabilities. Children who are affected by children in displacement, children of the whose parents are in flight, and so they don't. What has really done? What has been done to take care of such children, reconnecting them with their families? Do we have children factored adequately to the National Humanitarian Action Plan that we have from Nigeria? I know it talks about water, sanitation, and hygiene. I know it talks about security and food and others. Do we have that protection aspect? Is it well strengthened in such a way that the interest of children, the safety of children, the security of children is factored in? How about girls who find themselves in those camps? And sometimes their sex is demanded from them in order to be able to access materials, relief materials. And so we look at this. So even though we have the structures on the ground, we have the ministries that are responsible for children. We have the mandate. We have the National Human Rights Commission with the mandate. Is the commission funded enough to be able to implement this demand? In the development of women and children, if you have worked in that department as I have, some cases come in, they are begging for a shelter. These people, this child or this woman needs to go to an alternative accommodation, but commission doesn't have a shelter. We have written that proposal 100 times. I'm a witness to the years, it doesn't have to finish. But that proposal doesn't sail, you know, so we do not have that structure that takes care of children who are rescued from the street, who are rescued from child labor, who are rescued from prostitution, who are rescued from trafficking. Thank God that God bless is there. Now we have the shelter. What is scripture for that? And so even though we have the wording is very good, the Child Rights Act, how much of its implementation have been really done? How have we looked at the intersectional issue? Because we lose a lot of girls at that level. We lose a lot of children who live at that level. There's no money to get that because we just cannot, they cannot read without the brain.
I know, believe me, there will not be in the next banking, we are giving
We have seen based on marriage, I was just going to go. For the National Human Rights Commission alone, using the competence profile of the commission alone, we know that more and more people know their rights now. More and more complaints are coming in working on the rights of children in Nigeria. And I think that's a very strong indicator to say that knowledge has increased. And there is more education, and some people are knowing how to assess their rights. The Human Rights Education Department of the Commission has been engaging with children a lot at schools, in the streets, in the market. So there is more knowledge. In another 75 years, and with the aid of technology, I believe that Nigeria would have moved to a situation of about 75% of the implementation of the law, the national law on children's rights, which is the Child Rights Act of Nigeria, at both the federal and the state levels. So therefore,
So you can see the reason why I have here, you have to present. I'm sure I don't know what I want to talk about. Okay, thank you very much. We'll now be giving the floor to Patrick to the girls who have made the past 25 years in the area of protection of children, and what are the challenges now, and where do we want to be in the next 25 years? People are doing it by then.
Thank you so much. I'm trying to keep it short. So as that there have been many
both, because at the time, we should take that lightly, just that, right, because been coming for years and years to get, past the National Assembly. And it's funny, was sometimes we, frameworks, take a lot of time. So we have the frameworks in place now, what we need is the implementation. I can only talk about what I see on the ground in my work, so I will try to keep my remarks to two main prisons. Children in six and also unmarried children, because those are the areas that I know best how children fare. If I start off by conflict, in the last 2 decades that we've witnessed significant conflict, the abuses that children have faced have quadrupled completely. So this is in all the areas that have already been mentioned, the right to education, the right to health, the right to nutrition, the right to safe housing, the right to life as well. These have all been totally compromised. Children have been used on all sides of the conflict. They have been kidnapped to the conflict, and they have been forced to be combatants. When children come out, there is no separate pathway for children to be reintegrated, to be protected and put back into the society. Everybody follows the same pathway. So the special considerations that children should be afforded are often missing. And lots of children that have been involved in conflict, I don't know if you know, a lot of them end up in jails, literally. So these are also gross abuses of human rights because there is not adequate screening to know whether or not they were active, willing participants. And moreover, most of them were below the age of consent anyway, so they should not be looked at as combatants. There has been some progress in this area in the Northeast. Work that UNICEF and the Nigerian government did over many years has resulted in some protection issues for militia groups against children, namely the civilian JTF, where they signed an agreement that they would not use minors under the age of 18. So I think this is a big milestone about recognizing the special protection needs of children. The fact that we are only talking about the lack of access to education generally for children in this country has made it 10 times worse. So you have children that are already, that were in education, but because of conflict, the education has been truncated. And some will never complete their education. So the opportunities that would have been afforded them have now vanished. We have issues of child marriage that have gotten worse since the conflicts. Why have they gotten worse? One of the reasons is because the conflict has produced enormous amount of bloodshed and poverty. A lot of children, parents are marrying off their young daughters because they can't afford to feed them. So those are also areas where children need protection. So there's so much I can say about conflict, but I will stop here at conflict and just say a word about the Almajiri children now are literally in the millions. I think, I'm not sure if a bill has been passed. I know that there was talks about an Almajiri commission, but these are children that need special attention because the majority of them suffer from horrendous issues of not just abuse, neglect, but severe malnutrition. The average Almajiri child that you see that's probably 14 will look about 7. So their growth has been stunted. So, and also they are often locked out of traditional education routes. So even when they finish the Almajiri experience, they often don't have a way to earn a livelihood because in the past, that experience came with skills. And now more and more that they don't have those skills. So I'd just like to end here, and I hope that it's not going to be another 75 years until we still make protection.
Thank you very much, for all the wonderful insights you have brought into this. The issue, and it's not necessarily important, that all the pathways for integration, and no one is included. They are treated like everyone. And we are treating, profiling and looking at those who come back from the conflict in the conflict areas. When we deal with the integration issues, trade as those concerns like about there's no safety fund that is prepared children. And the issue of child marriage, not only hardship. When you go and adopt 200 children, young girls in the school, what's the next step? So how will the reports be shared among the terrorists? And they're not child marriage. So that's it. They really, and the idea of our Value Commission, I think this situation is really bad. We need a commission for that. Because in the time bomb, the conflict situation we have now, the only way you can contend with it in the future is if you deal with this abandoned children. Because it's not like, a source of raw material for the terrorists. They just go there easy recruitment. So we need to deal with that so that we cut off the source of of recruitment into the terrorists. Thank you very much, Fatima. And I choose one of me. Yes, Uju is online now. Maybe not take her so that now. So Dr. Uju.
Yes. Can you hear me? Yes. No, I can't hear you now, but I heard you before. There are feedbacks. Some phone. Yeah, yes, I can hear you. I heard you. Okay. Yes, the microphone you used before was clear. I could hear you. So I think the second microphone they brought to you is giving you feedback. Do you want me to start? Can you hear me? Okay, can I start now because I can't hear the ES anymore? Can I start? Okay, thank you very much. Your Excellency, the chairperson of the National Human Rights Commission, the Executive Secretary and Chief Executive Officer of the National Human Rights Commission, distinguished panelists, thank you very much for this moment that you've given me. I will be brief as I've been told that I need to be brief. But I would like to share with you some perspective regarding, children and young persons that have come in conflict with the law and that are deprived of their liberties. And I needed to mention to you that there is also critical issues around this whole spectrum that perhaps we may need to start looking more closely in terms of what we can do regarding it. Just yesterday, we had a validation workshop of a national assessment that we did, the report of a national assessment that we did of children and young adults that are in conflict with the laws that are deprived of their liberty. And this was made possible through the support of the UNICEF. And this research was in partnership with the Nigerian Correctional Service, with the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Ministry of Women Affairs, National Bureau of Statistics, National Human Rights Commission, Legal Aid Council, and the likes. So in that report, one of the key things that we saw, because we went across, and it's important to mention that we do have primarily 4 categories of places where you see children that I'm talking about in this, that's children in conflict with the law that are deprived of their liberties. But there are 4. Let me make clear what those 4 locations are and mention clearly what our research scope covered. There are some of those children that you find in what is called bosters that are managed by the Nigerian Correctional Service. And you have bosters in Kakuri, Kaduna. You have another one in Abeokuta. You have another one in Ilorin. And you have also one in Enugu that is actually not really functioning well. Then you also have young, children that are in conflict with the law that are found in adult correctional centers, adult facilities. Then you have those that are in remand homes that some of the states, and I think about 29 states in the country, you have those remand homes. There is also a fourth category. This is fourth category, is the category of those that you find in all sorts of private home, non-state actor operated homes that does not form the purview of our national assessment. But it's important to mention that that is happening, and oftentimes these children do not have anyone speaking out for them because there are no proper supervision, oftentimes no proper capacity by those who are dealing with them. So very quickly, I would mention just very few things, and I'll flag what I think should be some of our considerations in terms of reform. Now, the report on the national assessment on the situation of children and young adults in conflict with the law and deprived of their liberty actually provided a comprehensive analysis of the conditions, the treatment, and experiences of these children and young adults. And here I'm talking about 18 to 21 years. And the reason why we stretch that up to 21 years is also sometimes you come in, you find out that the warrants actually have exaggerated age for those kids. And that's only the reason and why they find them in adult facilities. Because, as you know, Section 35 of the Nigerian Correctional Service Act of 2019 clearly talks about the fact that they should not be kept in adult facilities. Section 13 also says that the officer in charge should refuse to receive these persons when they are underage. But you see, correctional service officers are trained to accept what is in the warrant. So they use the warrant to know whether the signature is right. And if the age that have been captured that is within the spectrum of age that they could accept, then they will accept. So that's why I needed to mention that. Now, the assessment covered physical data collection from 87 custodial centers, 87, 3 Boston institutions. The primary data were also collected from 22 remand homes. There were interviews done on 1,279 children and young adults in these facilities. Policing agencies were interviewed. Some of the persons looking after these children and young adults were also interviewed. Judicial officers were also interviewed. The conditions of places of detention, their situations, including their mental health of these children, were also looked into. And we did a trend analysis of 5 years. That is from 2018 to 2022. And that trend analysis in terms of the data were also kind of gave us some kind of information that we needed to flag here. Now, we observed certain things. So, for example, the assessment found that between 2018 to 2022, there were a total of 133,663 children and young adults. And a breakdown of this particular figure tells us that 131,316 were males, while 2,347 were females. And these were in those custodies. The children and young adults were also distributed in this form. 122,564 were found in the adult custodial centers, whereas 100 of that number, 121,275 were males, while 1,289 were actually females. For the remand homes, it was 7,132 children that were able to engage or interview from those remand homes. From that 7,132, 6,074 were males, while 1,058 were females. Okay. Now, I wanted to also mention, the issue that I was talking about in terms of these remand homes. It's important to mention that in terms of busters, those busters I told you are only for the males. There are no female busters in the whole country. So you would begin to understand the dimension around this. And for the busters, the figure was 3,967 boys. Now, the Nigerian Correctional Service Act of 2019 makes a provision asking also but that busters should also be provided, which takes care of both male and female. So you should have separate facilities for these young offenders, and that was part of the things that was looked at. Now, because of time, I'm not going to go into these details, but let me tell you some of the key issues that I would like us to bear in mind. We realized that there were issues about poverty, connecting with the children. A lot of the children that were found there, many of them were coming from families that were struggling. We realized that there was a particular issue which was very much key for us. It was more like children coming from very disruptive families. Interestingly, there were almost like a close figure regarding those coming from monogamous families versus polygamous families. But what was constant, the type of whether they are from monogamous family or polygamous family did not seem to have much any effect. But however, what was in fact showed a lot of effect was whether the parents were available. And when I mean available, whether they are alive or whether they are even active, So we found that a lot of them were either they have lost both parents or lost one of the parents and things like that. So there were quite a lot of issues. Now, we found that the correctional service had the highest population, a very high population of these young persons, which means that a lot of intervention should actually be focused on the Nigerian Correctional Service to be able to look at ways to deal with some of these issues. There were issues about psychological concerns. There were issues regarding torture, like some of an inhuman and degrading treatment that these children have faced in one way or the other. There were issues talking about the quality of knowledge and the capacity that some of the people who look after them do have. There were also issues that many of them expressed in terms of lack of access to justice, delayed justice, and even where we also found that many of them did not have lawyers. Those who had lawyers said that were also not satisfied with the quality of legal representation that we're getting. So we also find the fact about rehabilitation and reintegration issues were quite a big challenge. There were concerns that were also found when we tried to look at what the judiciary was providing, that even when there were family courts, there seemed to be a lot of gap in terms of proper appreciation of the peculiar needs and challenges that these children require and the special needs of those facilities that needed to be aligned. That was also something that was quite critical. Because of time, let me say at least one or two things which I would believe that it would be good for us to look at. It is important that this dimension of the needs of the children, the need of making sure that educational focus is being put in together, and also the need to ensure that there is a comprehensive intervention that recognizes the need for diversion, moving them away from criminal justice system, and being able to provide rehabilitation and educative program as something that is quite key. But the lack of adequate oversight, because many of the oversight agencies that were interviewed, what was happening was that they were going there periodically. So it was not a routine check. So a lot of those places were losing or missing certain information that would have actually helped to intervene regarding these children. I also want to mention that because of the fact that many of these children and young adults were in facilities that had mixed agencies operating them. And what do I mean here? You have the remand homes that you have most of the time the social welfare, ministries that are in charge of social welfare takes care of. Then you have people who are in the hostels, which is administered by the Nigerian Correctional Service. Then you have people who are also in the adult facility. So you see, oftentimes there are no coordination and you are not sure about the standard mechanism in terms of the treatment of these particular children. And there's a need for harmonization. There's a need for strengthening this process. There is a need for effective implementation of the provision of the Child Rights Act regarding this issue. But more importantly, there seems to be an opportunity. Many of you may know that recently there was an alteration in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which now has placed the Nigerian Correctional Service or correctional services in the concurrent legislative list, meaning that the states and the federal government will now have powers to own, to manage, administer and manage correctional centers. There has been also a developed model law for correctional services, the model state law for correctional services, which many states are now adopting. Now, part of what is being recommended in that model law is the need to have a ministry that will be able to take care of all of these facilities where young persons are, and that programs that are need to be intervened, which focuses on ensuring that the real need and the best interest of the child is actually being taken into consideration. We need a holistic approach. We need a whole of society's approach. We need a cross-governmental approach we need to also understand that even what I have said to you, as bad as it is in terms of the challenges and what maybe by the time you see the full report to show you, there is still, it's almost like we have not seen all that is required to be seen. And what do I mean? These young people are not only in these places that I have mentioned. We try to also assess some police stations and some other detention facilities. There were some of them that we were able to assess, but not all of them. But what is the case is that there are about 19 institutions that can detain and arrest people. Those 19 institutions we also see and intervened with. Finally, remember when I started, I told you that there were people that were in facilities that private sector are dealing with, and not necessarily private sector, because if I use the word private sector, it's not a proper meaning of capturing. These were non-state actors, and I think we need to look into that. Thank you very much. I don't know whether you're hearing me, but I think I've tried to make my point. Thank you for the time.
In the end, there's need for education and the need for comprehensive intervention for the protection of children, not just look at one aspect and leave the other. And lack of admin to the site. And then a fixed number of agencies working in this area for the protection. There's been for harmonization. And then more importantly, she told us of the opportunity that now presents itself in putting correctional services in the community. So I think the states are going to start providing custodial services now. Can we now get it right? By making sure that the old existing custodial centers, whatever is lacking there, is not. And there's the new model law also for the correctional services of the state. So it's things that in order not to have express agencies, looking at these children, that a particular ministry should be created to look at that, and so that we can correct things of the past. Can we now request Dr. Jelila Issa to please let us know what progress we have made with the youth maker, and then challenges and where we want to be the next 75 years. Remember, don't wait, don't shoot yet. We'll come to you very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I only noted the fact of what and the other Zoom person has said. The best interest of a child protection is not only the child, it's also preventive. Then the child right also recognize the children will be treated fairly and equal and with dignity. Then from the UN, the UPHR that provides right for the children. The right of education and dignity is there. But it's from there that we have a 2018 Act. That's why the Act, how come have we done with the Act? And I mentioned insecurity, and the first speaker thereby mentioned the issue of insecurity. So I was trying to address the part of that insecurity, that if the insecurity is out of place, then children will be able to go back to their schools. She made mention of monitoring and evaluation. Who are the actors of this children's education? And the law gave the children free compulsory education. So who is monitoring it? How do you the process of this free and compulsory education? Because a lot of children are still in the streets, even on the streets of Abuja. I have met a lot of children. Before I give them something, I ask them questions, I even ask them where they come from. Some of them I lead them to this is live to uncompleted viewing with their children. When I ask them, especially Kaduna Road that is person made mention, Kaduna Road, I will stop there and give them something. They tell me that they did not need anybody. They said there's free education. Then the free everybody. So everybody, the government has made free education compulsory for everybody. Why are you still carrying food to beg for food on the road?
there are more than 10, 20, they will be swearing that they did not see anybody, you understand? So I don't think that the thing is very, very realistic. It's not realistic because if it's realistic, we're supposed to have monitoring and evaluation. We don't see it there. Then also mention of the appointment of Subeb and Ubeb. I'm supporting her seriously, and she said she's because she has an experience that it's true, whether you witness it or not, everywhere is a man, no man stop. Because if they are really putting the education in and people that has passion for children, then the issue will have been like this. So people are just there because they are connected, and they are not actually really following what is supposed to be so that we will get the children out of the street. Then they have demanded a ministry. Demanded ministry working on women and children. What are they doing? If they have this monitoring and evaluation you are talking about, maybe compulsory they know that yes, they have to give a report back to the government. Otherwise, they will be sanctioned to that. Then we now made mention of child marriage. Somebody made mention of child marriage. And I think the result of child marriage, I also have one-on-one with somebody which I empower them 10,000 naira to selling for say on the road, uncompleted building. But today I have visited for 2-3 years, even use the money 10,000 naira. It's not doing anything. What happened? Even the children I took them to school in Waru. So the child is not going to school. Why? He said they asked them to pay 1,005, 1,005, that the mother does not have. I followed the mother and now said, I gave you 10,000 naira to be selling akara or pure water. Why can't you pay 1,005 at the end of the year? They say you should pay this. So to buttress the fact of this free education, it is not true. Somebody is eating the money somewhere. No monitoring and evaluation because the child is not supposed to be, suffering on the road like that. If the federal government has actually really given free education, 1,005 they cannot make it. I don't saw uniform for them, so they are not going to school again. Then the situation of the children. That the man on the Zoom, the mention of situation of the children, nobody speak for them. Nobody speak for them, except take extra mile to meet them in their various community and talk to them before you hear the truth. That is it. I remember this Apple mechanic. I went to POS and I met a young girl, who really speak English. I think in school, he said in Apple school. Why did you play say from this community? I decided to use that year International Day of African Child in that community palace. And I made the palace man, I made him the he or she person. But today, from extent, me and the chief there, we are now friends now. And those children they went back to school. The girl child are not allowed to go to school. In Abuja for that matter, before you talk of other far away that. It is true, it's happening. I'm also taking a point from the Zoom the chairperson. It made mention of correctional center having children in that place. It's true. This state of correctional center, children are there, they send them up and down. People go down and buy people secretly. So when you catch them, they will tell you, they will speak, so at least they say we have a juvenile court or juvenile. We also have a juvenile places to keep these children away from adults. So the harmonization, the last harmonization and partnership with maybe human rights commission with other people, which we have been paying completely. On this children's aspect, I think more harmonization, more visitation to be able to separate children from adults. And maybe by the time they create a place where they put children, I think it will go a long way. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Now, the topic ground we should have gone on. I want to thank you so much for all the listening point. May we now come to the executive on Woodland, like Marco, Tennessee, Marco is now your phone.
Thank you so much, sir. Good afternoon. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I think from the concept of given free rights, education, health, and nutrition. I want to paint the picture of reality in Nigeria today. And I want them to say yes or no to this. The reality is that a lot has happened. And when it comes to health, physical health, yes, because we highlighted some points of the primary health care, specialist hospital, federal medical center. But there are aspects of health that we don't tend to understand or give more attention to, and that is the mental health I want to talk about. I want to link everything to mental health. I want to ask, did COVID happen? Yes or no? Did Ebola happen? Yes. Was there war in Ukraine? You say how? It affected winter bread, Abby. Was there subsidy removal? Hike in fuel price? Skyrocketed prices? You see, one way or the other, this is affecting us, and we tend to live the pussycat mentality or the pussycat model. What do I mean by pussycat model? When I was younger, my mother told me that pussycat, you will never find their dog. They hide it. So we have mental health issues and trauma that we are hiding under our rugs. Nobody is attending to it. And this also includes children, because according to the Association of Psychiatry, the president, Dr. Taiwo Obino, in 2021 said that over 60 million Nigerians have mental health issues, and that includes children. So what am I trying to say in essence? A lot is happening to children, and a lot is also happening to parents. A lot is happening in the family. A lot is happening in the society. A lot is happening in schools. A lot is happening online. These are issues that really affect children when it comes to child protection issues. Let me say, for instance, with education is free. I want to get things in paper, but not in ink. As NGOs, we always enter for sensitization to prevent human trafficking and child labor. So one of these days we're in school to do the sensitization, and a woman who sells maize came into school to register her 3 children because we have talked about free education. But let me tell you the truth. There's one called hidden charges. When the hidden charges were given to the woman, they said she has to pay 40,000 per child. So 40,000 times 3 children, that's how much? 120,000 in a public school. But let me shock you further. The teachers themselves complain that a lot of things are being done by themselves. I'm speaking for them now. They are the ones to provide the writing materials. They are the ones to provide a lot of things. So they end up making sure that these children bring money, even for a sheet of paper for exam. I'm telling you the truth, please. So how many children are out of school now today because of issues of COVID and lockdown, rather redesign and cashless situation? Because parents themselves who are doing little things cannot afford to do that again. Now children are becoming breadwinners. I will shock you. If you go to marketplaces and park your car, by the time you are trying to insert your key into the car, you see somebody standing. Mommy, I won't go to gym. I don't get money. It's not happening. These are children. Early in the morning, if you want to really know what is happening, go on top of the bridges where there are flyovers. You see children waiting to get money for transport, because some of them, their parents have withdrawn them from private school. Remember, I'm talking about the public school where a woman is asked to pay 130,000. A lot of private schools too will not be able to go, so they'll be going to the public school. I think you get the picture of private. So now you are going to school, no transport money, people private. Now alone, it's expensive now. What I'm trying to say in essence is that a lot has happened, and a lot is affecting our mental health, both parents and children. And then those children are now becoming breadwinners. They are now the one copying. We are talking about ending child labor. Now children are actually in the worst form of labor. According to the child labor report, it is over 180 million children and 1.2 million children being trafficked. You see, and 6 out of 10 children have experienced abuse. So I want to say 3 things happen to children. Please listen carefully. 3 things happen to children that increases their adversity. and it is called adverse childhood experiences. Number one, the dysfunctional family, because children are found basically in three places. They are at home, they are in places of worship, and they are in the family, and they are in schools. So dysfunctional family issues affect children. Issues of abuse affect children. Early marriage, child labor, child trafficking, sexual and gender-based violence, children on the move. I heard you talk about Almajiri system, and also neglect. And Dr. talked about having shelters for children. We run shelter. Let me tell you the truth. There is no need for children to be in shelter if they were protected in the first place. So why are we building more shelters? Look at the best place for children to be is always in the family. That is where issues of protection should begin. But indeed, children are being abused. I think we know that. Even during lockdown, even COVID, children have to stay with their abusers, and they have to watch a lot of things happening between their parents. So there are issues of sicknesses in the family, poverty, lack, parents with substance abuse. These are dysfunctional issues that affect children. And when it comes to neglect and abuse, why should it be that a child, you see a child of 6 years on the highway selling granules? Child labor is child poverty, and child poverty is poverty forever, because there's no way child labor can break the cycle of poverty. So what are we saying in essence? When it comes to education, let us try to employ more professional teachers. And according to the UNESCO formula recommendation of 20% budgetary allocation to education, let's employ more professionals, and a minimum of 30 teachers, 30 students to teacher. I think that will do us good. Right? And also training and retraining teachers. Unfortunately, the teachers are there in the classes. They are there. They come up with their own mental health. They come up with their own issues and bring it to school. So how are they going to function? And then policy, addressing the renewal of educational policy. Policies are renewed every 5 years. So we need to look at the welfare of the teachers too. We also need to effective supervision, especially private schools, please. Government schools, yes, and being supervised. We need that. And also inclusive learning for persons living with disability. This is very key. We should address issue over population and overcrowding in public spaces. Introduce feeding, yes, school feeding, it helps students stay in school, and even abolish school fees completely if it's possible. I think we have to fight corruption, because what happens to the budget of every budget allocated for education? And then when it comes to issues of children on the move, child trafficking, child labor, we should understand that yes, working there, especially domestic labor, we should employ adults that can work for us, they're not children, because children working in home, they experience a lot of things. You find that if you want to know what is happening, early in the morning, go and stand at the school gate. You see those children who are actually the house, they are the ones that come late. They come late because they have to do all the duties at home, all the chores, and then sometimes they are the ones to drop the madam's student. Madam has driven on, or madam has gone to spa. So this will not help the girl child. The girl child indeed is the one that is the prey. Because at home, I tell you a story of a 2-year-old who was rescued by NAFIP and referred to a shelter, who was there in the domestic home, doing the house chores and being raped by the husband. Because these are things children are facing. We will not improve, and we are not going to move forward if the issues of child protection, and especially the issues of child safeguarding, is not addressed. So we should remember non-discrimination, best interest of the child, for child participation, child survival, and child development. The child has a say. Children have voices. If you want to know, give them a sheet of paper, they will draw and tell you. If they can't draw, they will write. From their faces, you will see. From their tears, you know. So all I want to say is that child protection issue is key, and raising awareness of mental health issue is very key. Thankfully, the federal government has done that in this year. So we should make sure that we talk about issues of mental health, because children themselves too are going through a lot of issues when it comes to mental health. Thank you, sir.
I was very confident for you. I think you have what to will not go here. I'm sure that can we give another round of applause? Rounding up now, you may not know, somebody here, there's another panelist, identification, panelist, super panelist, has some background experience. And talking of no other persons than the chairperson of the government council, Dr. Cameron, one year intervention, going through. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ES, and I'm really grateful that I have just a minute to say a little, but as the ES said, I'm very, very passionate about education and children's welfare. Because that is the bedrock, that is the critical stage in which we can all help our country and which Nigeria can get rid of most of the vices that we are facing. All the speakers have done very, very well. I want to align everything they have said because they have highlighted the problems. What I think, in my humble opinion, is that we really know there are problems, and this is not government, because people really have this attitude of hiding behind government. Every responsibility is for the government. Things don't go right, it's the government. But even us as individuals, what is our focus? What is our commitment? Because we tend to, and I'm saying this for all of us, elites and those who are not in the at the receiving end. We tend to look at this problem of children out of school, children going through this and that. We tend to look at it very, very narrowly. It does not affect me. It does not affect my family. As long as I can work hard, get enough money, send my children to the best schools, if possible abroad, then I am covered. That other problem is that of the government. If you cannot solve it, go back. So I'm very happy with what the ES said, that this is a time bomb. It is something that will affect all of us if care is not taken. Because if that problem continues growing at the rate at which it is growing, then you will have, as he said, further for people to use and undo all the good work that others are trying to do. Nigeria is a blessed country, and our people are very sharp. I like what one of the chairmen of the panel said, that despite all what we are going through regarding education and the poor quality and whatever, it is still these people trained in our country that people are coming to approach to go and work in their countries. So an average Nigerian is trained and has education, he can compete anywhere. He can do wonders. We have that speciality in us. We are a country of over 200 million. Imagine if those 200 million were all good quality people, where would Nigeria be today? Not only in Africa, it will be standing tall in the world, in the global space. It will be reckoned with. So the problem is, you have 200 and something million, only maybe 1/4 is performing. The others are driving down or are having difficulty trying. Children, it is not their fault if they don't have education or they are not given the proper perspectives. They are victims. They are victims. Every child will not go to school, will not do its best. It's only if it doesn't have the opportunity. So what are we doing in terms of budgeting? What are we doing in terms of monitoring, as Nida said? Monitoring, you say, okay, basic education, universal basic education is free, and it is only free on paper. Let me see her name again. Everyone has also said it's free on paper. By the time they go and say, bring uniform, bring PTA, bring this, bring that, they'll go back home because they cannot afford it. And little countries like Ghana, Mexico, have done affirmative action on education during this our lifetime and have caught up. And we are the ones now going to Ghana to look for education. So we can achieve it here in our country with the right focus. So I know we don't have much time, but I think it's something that should concern everybody. It's something that even in our communities, we should take an interest and make sure we fight it. And come up with solutions. Don't need everything that it's the government that will find it. There was a time that the government was very, very good in promoting education. And I'm very, very proud and not ashamed to say I'm a beneficiary of that. I sat in my village and wrote common entrance, and because I got a certain mark, I was able to pass and go to a federal government unity college. The rest is history. Today, people like me don't have that opportunity. Girls don't have that opportunity because that system has been killed through corruption, through other whatever it is a lack of care. So what are we going to need to re-educate, re-sensitize? When I was Minister for Women Affairs, one of the things I used to advocate strongly and actively is that if you sincerely implement this free and compulsory education up to, and then increase it, let's basically not to be up to junior secondary, increase it to secondary school. Say every child, male or female, must go to school. Government will make it free. It's done in all other countries of the world because it's a right. If a girl is able to finish secondary school, if you know the kind of vices you have got, that girl, number one, will reach up to 17, 18 years of age. So you've already eliminated some aspect of child marriage. Child marriage is going to bring a lot of problems. Because by the time you marry off a child, she will have married somebody who is not well doing, she is not well doing, the children cannot do well.